Never mind. I was hoping to be fucking going live, but to be fair, the internet is just fucking dog shit. The fuck? Okay. Let me, I guess, restart the fucking router. Can I just disconnect? Plugged in manually. Oh, what the fuck is going on? Why is the internet so slow? Enable my screen. So give away settings and I fuck around in there. Um. Why is it so slow? I guess I'll restart my router and see if that fixes it. Probably not though, because stabilizing. Not really. God damn it. That's, where the fuck is the network thing? Why do I restart this? Ah, okay, apparently the internet's back up. Hopefully the stream will actually have a decent connection now. And lovely brain sound. Let's turn the display back on, and I guess I'll fucking message Discord saying I'm live. Can't start fucking dropping in and out again. No, fucking internet is dog shit. Okay, well, hopefully the audio isn't shit, and we will begin at pure I don't even know what to describe, so I'm just gonna say live now. Right. Okay, I guess we get away. So what we're working on today, so I found out that like you can actually just like decompile it and see the code. Annoyingly, it's all got all like the names stripped out of like the locals, which makes it really, really hard to try and find a specific thing. Because what I was actually specifically looking for was like the exact odds of spawning world stuff, but I can't find it. And I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's not my language of choice, Java. So what is it? Flash? I don't know what it is. I needed to install Java to run the program that let me decompile the Flash. Yeah, it's confusing. It is interesting to see how it's all written in there, but some of the stuff's really strange. But I don't know how much of that's like decompiler, recompiler bullshit, because it's like, it's why would you ever write it like this? Makes me think that it was like written in some other like sort of intermediate thing that was compiled into that, and then when it decompiled it into like a weird like assigning something or reassigning something. YouTube is not happy with my bitrate apparently. What the hell, Starlink? Why are you like this? Anyway. Right, so we're working on the like the menu, like this stuff down the side, and well, I guess starting a new game. So when I run my game, at the moment we hit like the main menu stuff. So one of the blacklisted things in my strip assets code, load assets. One of these blacklisted things is actually the skills, or not the skills, I think SWS software, corpses obviously corpses, scavenge is the different building types. So The issue is that they all start with item still, because we strip item. Slot held encounter. Right, so we go. Loading game probably isn't going to do anything. So the fun thing with this is I'm not going to let the player change the map, which means that when we save a game, we can just save the seed and regenerate the exact same map every time. We need to obviously encode like changes that the player makes, like items that have been looted and dropped and where they've been dropped, that kind of thing. But like theoretically, I don't have to save the map at all. I can just load and unload the map. But we'll have to work on that. So slot, worn, held, encounter, resource. I think it's a skill. Because the flaws are the legendary ones. So I think it's the skills that are the ones that are, like if I go in here and like reveal an explorer. If I go like skill. Apparently not. That doesn't make any sense. Is it just wildcard skill? Thank you. Yeah. So these are the, so it's item skill. Now what's fun about this is I think I'm just gonna actually like grab one of these icons and then like open it in telescopic. Well, that's perfect for me because I was going to say I'll remove the text and I'm just going to add the text back in. So we're going to just copy. I don't know. Go to GIMP. Right from clipboard. There's no data on my clipboard. Okay. Open. Can we copy your path then? Copy. Is this copying your path? I don't know. Why does nothing let you paste in fucking URLs anymore? Can I go up here, please? Okay. Which means you need to go into F drive, Steam library. Steam library, Steam apps, common. Where is it? And I can't see it. Am I in the wrong drive? What the fuck is this? Okay, fine. Go back to the game copy then. It's easier to find. Less nested. Here and then here and then items. Then we go annoyingly alphabetical. So it's going to be presumably at the top. I would think would be where the numbers are. Nope. Oh, this is because this is my item, which strips out that stuff. Here, these items. It's 2 times item. Skill. Telescopic. Let's open this. Okay, cool. So come in here and we go. It should be pretty easy just to remove the text because like there's a pretty obvious pattern going on here. Get into 0. We need to positive, negative, and so this is the highlights. That's obviously definitely. I don't think I can make this 2 pixels. No, because as soon as you make it 2, it becomes 3, which is so stupid. So we want to go to like here, up 1, back, like so. Dun, 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 dun. Whip, 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 whip. I mean, actually, the easiest thing to do would probably be to do this, because it's going to be really obvious where the lines going the other way are, and you can pretty easily just put them back. Then I want to go to the other color and go from here, here, from here to here. There to there, there to there. And then there to there. Oop, under that. And there to there to there to there. There. Okay. So we're gonna like file, export as, backup to project. Assets. I don't know what this green text box that I just managed to make is. Okay. Anyway, so we're gonna go into like UI, I guess, and this is gonna be called skill. Right. I don't know what its problem is, but okay. What's next? Doing that. Okay, so we have to do the character creation. So in our UI, wait, no, with screens, because it is UI, but it's not UI. So I think UI needs a menu thing, and we need to move the main and the under the menu. Anyway, under screens, we're gonna have the character creation screen. So mod character creation. Yeah. And then we're gonna go something. So screens, character creation. So it's gonna be like, first of all, like pub fn plugin. Yeah, app. Right, and then we have to be like pub use super. Just use super. Use super. The idea being that like anything that's screen specific, like Bevy, prelude, and feathers and stuff, we can pull from in here. Okay, so we have app on enter character creation. And we're going to have a open character creation. This is going to take in mute commands. And then we just work out, I guess, how exactly we describe how a screen works. I do feel like I want it to be described in a file for some reason, like an asset thing. Not sure why. It just feels like a better way of doing it, that I can modify it in a file and then like open up the file. Like it also seems like a better learning experience for like teaching people that are like watching the stream how to do certain things like this. And also, yeah, again, like pain in the ass stuff. I don't want to risk doing it. So if we hit save and quit, I'm terrified that I'm going to hit new and it's going to delete my continue. I guess we have to say fuck it and go, okay, fine, new. So I'm wondering if I exit the game and don't save. So I'm just going to go screenshot this. Full screen. Well, no, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Window shift, because full screen took both monitors, which is dumb. Window. Thank you. Please screenshot the window. Then I'm going to exit the game, because hopefully that won't have saved it, and then I can just paste the image in here and go ref skill. Right. So that's what we're trying to copy. Strangely, they use the inventory, which already makes this kind of fun. Does make me like want to reassess my choice. I like how this screenshot has a screenshot in it. Anyway, because I made the inventory a sprite-based thing, which means that the inventory, as it currently works, this will be annoying because we either have to build this out of sprites, which I mean is easy enough to do. I don't know. Trying to think here, I think I would rather like I do like the tactile feel, I guess, of the being inventory items. But I don't think I like the idea of them actually being inventory items. So I think we'll write our own custom little bespoke like inventory thing that lets us grab them and move them across. So what we probably need to also do is have something like we probably need in lib would be where that would go. Like pub mod creatures. See, the issue is that these would normally be called entities. Like in an object-oriented thing, is you is the like you'd have apparently because like so you have a creatures and then there's going to be up a pub a mod traits, and then inside of our I guess we move this here, rename it a mod because you're forgetting it's such a nicer way of doing it because it means that everything ends up nested without like a bunch of files under here. And like if you're only having one, it makes sense just to be a file, but like when you start having like, oh, we're going to go to the sub traits, it's like it's easier to hide creatures inside of there because otherwise I'm looking for traits. I'm going, where's the creatures thing? Anyway, we're going to go like pub enum trait. Actually, I think it should be a pub like trait. Traits. We'll call it a skill. I guess, and then you'd have a. I guess it's just they're all skills. Maybe modifiers. Modify. Apparently, I can't spell that. Mod. Let the AI come up with the name. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna have a modifier, and then we're gonna have I guess we'll like make each of them their own thing. So it's again for reference, it's struct. Where's that reference picture? It's under assets. So we have. I'm just gonna see if I can move this onto its own little window so I can just have it off side while I quickly type out everything's name. So we have a struct. So we have strong. Struct medic. Struct hiding. They call them abilities. Anyway, struct melee. Struct eagle. modify struct tracking struct athletic struct annoyingly, this is metabolism slow. Struct hacking struct tough wrong type struct, not static, struct tough struct trapping struct botany struct lockpicking struct electrical am I still spelling that wrong? ELECTR struct mechanic, did it again, struct mechanic struct ranged. All right, then we're just going to go down the floors and we're going to go struct fragile struct metabolism fast struct feeble struct myopia struct insomniac struct inner the fuck does innovated the fuck is that word? Drained of energy. Okay, never heard that before. Strange. So I'm assuming that's just fatigues faster. It's like the opposite of agile. I mean, because I gave up and said these are never constructed. So pub trait modifiers. Let me stream up, make sure. Missing anything? Whoop. Okay. I don't know why my internet's so fucking slow. Driving me spare. Anyway, so modifier. See, annoyingly, I'm going to make each of them do their own thing, I guess, when you insert them, but like, because they all like need to derive component. So this needs to use Bevy prelude. I think the easiest way to do this would be to say, hey, everywhere you find the word struct, can you replace it with derive component, like that, maybe. Starting to feel like maybe I should put a macro in, because, you know, they're going to keep changing all the time. Yeah, I should do a macro. Okay, so like macro rules, define trait. Yeah, so it's like a $, name, ident, like that, and then replace each of these. Like so. Even that might be able to be redone, but anyway. So the issue is that all of these are like starting modifiers. So the modifier thing, I want to have a different like different thing, because like these are the ones you can technically start with. So like I want to be like, hey, you can be like cost. Lit. Is it int? I think literal is the only one apparently that works here. So it doesn't really make sense because really like you can't just put a string in. There was like, I'm sure there was a way you could do like a literal int, but anyway. So we need a different trait. There's like pub trait, player skill. Okay, so well, no, they're called abilities in this, so I'll call them abilities. So I'm going to say trait ability. To distinguish it from the mod, so I just put a note here. Abilities is the trait that lets our player, lets the player select a trait as a modifier. So we're going to have a cost, cost. That's the annoying thing, isn't it? Because it's more like we're going to be like obstruct ability, which then has a cost, which is a I8, because let's face it, you're not going to give something that has $1 billion fucking skill. And then a modifier. Maybe. The box modifier is a bit weird because I don't actually want a box modifier. I want like an FN that takes in, so like add modifier, which is just like the FN command that returns, doesn't return anything. That's not even a command, it's a middle reference to an entity command, like that. So like you can add the modifier. So the plan is that you're like, hey, you have the ability. So then we also have like to have like a remove modifier, which does the same thing. Could be a little bit weird, but you know, it should be called remove twice. Then we come down here and we say well, it just feels like it's not even the right thing to do here. Is it's going, we could do like a an enum. So it's like enum abilities, and then these become import abilities, fn cost, which then returns an i8, and then so you have no values yet, which is because you need different things anyway. We need to go match self like that. Self. So, you know, you'd have strong, medic, hiding, melee, eagle eye, tracking, athletic, slow metabolism, hacking, tough, trapping, botany, lockpicking, electronic, ranged, fast metabolism, feeble, myopic, insomniac, so these are like all the abilities that you can select in that screen. And then we match, and then we, whoop, yeah, we fill in the missing arms, and they're all to-dos. So we'll do that, and then insert, which takes in self and target, which is just an entity commands. And you do that, and then you go like match self. It's like feels like a really bad way of writing this, but it's like about making sure that like it's easy to adjust, I guess. I'm gonna say you don't take a cost. We're gonna, I guess, import. No, in here. Import modifier for. Right, so they all have the modifier trait turned on. Remove self dot target. So first off, we want the ability to be a component as well, because then we can put the ability like on the button. Derive debug component. Right. So we also need to be like fn conflicts. Conflicts. So conflicts takes in self and returns ability. Right, and then we match self. And we say most things just return an empty array, but something like ability strong feeble, I want to say. I don't know, we can find out because we can relaunch the game and then like just add each skill and see what other skills get crossed out. The question is, did it? Yeah, okay, so as long as we don't save the game, okay. So when I take strong crosses out feeble. Fragile. Feeble is athletic, no? So strong is feeble. Okay, strong crosses out feeble. Medic does nothing. Hiding does nothing. Melee does nothing. So eagle eye. Ability eagle eye crosses out myopic. Theoretically, we could make this much more moddable by making these like using names and strings instead of IDs. Anyway, so athletic. Abilities, athletic eliminates unnerved. Annoyingly, I can't like automatically make it reciprocal. Anyway, so where's the other? Okay, right. So metabolism, obviously fast crosses out slow. Okay, so tough does fragile. So ability metabolism slow knocks out fast, and ability strong knocks out fragile. And that's all the conflicting one. Right. The idea being that, do you have that one? Yeah, Insomniac doesn't actually knock out anything, which is kind of funny. So yep, Eagle Eyes, myopic. Right. Oh, is it no tough, not strong, tough. Tough knocks out fragile. Feeble. Yep. Okay. There should be 5 of them. 5 of them, cool. Now we just need to also make sure that they have their reverse, which is ability. So feeble, strong, eagle-eyed, affix eagle-eyed, and some. And that's not how that works. It's nerved, athletic, and abilities, fast metabolism knocks out slow metabolism. Okay. Hello, welcome to the stream. So I don't know what's wrong with my internet. It is decided that it's going to be fucking abominably slow. So I don't know. Because last time I checked, the sound is coming through fine. It's just that the video is clippy because it's only uploading like 70% of the frame. Not even 70%. It's dropping 70% of the frames. So sorry if I sound like shit, but like that's like it's dropped 70% of the frames because it's decided that it's not going to get a fucking good connection. Anyway, we need an enum iter. So strum macros enum iter, and the enum iter will let us iterate through each of the abilities. Pub mod traits, creatures. Live creatures is public. Okay, cool. So from our screen here, this is our character creation screen. Right. Character creation screen. We again need to move this into here and call it mod so I stop like ending up in the wrong place. Right. The character creation screen. So this is open character creation screen. So I think one of the other things we need to do is go like struct character creation assets. Maybe. I don't even know if I need to do that because theoretically I could just do the name. So we go like first off, so we have my reference pictures. So again, for reference, that's what we're going for. Except I'm going to get rid of all this stuff because I don't think this stuff should appear until after you finish creating a character. So all this gets to go. I think this is again like a limitation of they made it in Flash. So we need the background that fills the entire screen. Now, weirdly, we get to call this like a menu because using a menu. That's gonna be fun. Do we get to like menu? So we need that asset server. Menu manager is the menu manager. Because again, it's going to be about laying things out, I guess. So the first thing to do is to go like menu manager dot new menu character to I feel like I need to make like a trait so that I don't have to keep typing this by name and change menu from taking a string and into menu. Yeah, that seems like a much smarter way of doing that. Anyway, character creator, and then we go like new menu. So the way that works is we're going to say impulse into, we need a new struct because it's just going to make it so much easier. It'd be like impulse, struct menu ID, which is then just going to be a U64. And well, no, we should make the menu IDs like a little bit more user friendly. Like ID, which is a U64, and then name is a option cal, like that, and then we go. Oops, so is it a pub struct? I think it needs to. Well, we need to implement. There needs to be debug clone r equal hash. We need to implement hash though. So impl std hash for ID, and you don't even hash state. You just say self.id. The ID is the hash. That's annoying. Dot ish self dot ID. Very annoying. So is it state dot hash self dot ID. How that works? Oh, okay. So we hash this state. Okay, so that just means that we use the ID and not the name, and the name can be optional. So then you instead take in into menu ID, and you call into, and then we say if let sum name equals name dot name. I guess it's Do this. So we're just going to call menu. We go into you, and then we go, so, and then it just gets a node. And probably a copy of the name would be my other. So first off, shouldn't be called name, it should be called ID. This should probably also be called menu. Menu like that. So we take in the ID, and then we go, hey, and we're going to go, just for the sake of keeping the information together, we go ID. Like that. You don't like that because the menu ID is not a node. Yeah, that's fine. And then this, and then we go insert name. I don't think we need to clone you, do we? No, you just need to implement into cow, so we can just give a reference to, I guess, ref, as ref? Maybe? I don't know if that works. Just clone it. Right. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know how to fucking fix it. The internet's just decided it's going to be shit and it can't. I'll look at the video encoding, but I don't think I can change any of the encoding stuff. The annoying thing is I can't really change anything while the stream's running, and then if I stop the stream, it just breaks everything. I can't like stop and restart. I don't think, at least. If I stop the streaming software, the stream does, like, I can't restart the same stream for some reason. For it to reconnect. I told it to only do 1080p, so hopefully when it does drop down, it won't drop as many frames. Annoyingly, is it now it's just sitting at a nice constant 5k, 5 megabit, 5,000 kilobits, but so 5 megabit. But so turning the resolution down has just fixed the fucking internet, which is infuriating because yeah, like at 5k I can stream at fucking 1440 and like give people the option of a slightly higher resolution, but apparently fucking YouTube doesn't like that. So this view has dropped to 0. The stream should be back. Back now. Dropped to 0. Yeah, okay. Hopefully the frame rate's fixed. I'm unsure, and hopefully I didn't kill the stream forever. I've noticed that it does that, whereas like as soon as you drop to 0 people, it just like nobody ever comes back because 0 people, nobody clicks on a stream with 0 watches. Well, like if there's 1 or 2 people, then YouTube still keeps recommending it, I guess. Anyway, so we have the ID, and then we say, hey, if the name, please insert the name. There's a menu that is, okay, so you need to be component as well. Component. Well, yeah, that's fine. So when we call into, we could make a cow into, but I feel like it's like a really bad idea. So we're going to import into menu ID for I don't know. I was gonna say for like type strings or something, but that seems like a really dumb idea. Wait, no, what we should probably do is have a trait. FN menu pub trait menu ID provider, I guess. Sure. It's more like you need to be a real. Just like you are, because I don't know what to call it at the moment. So he's going to say, hey, you're a menu ID. And so we have the trait menu ID, like this. So you go, hey, this is a menu ID. And then we go, menu ID just needs to have, be like fn, I guess path, which just takes in self and returns a cow static string. And the way that this is going to work is we're going to go std any type name, the type path, type name, no, it says type name. Type name self dot into. So that calls the type path like that. The idea being that we can convert a menu into a menu ID without you having to do it, but you can override it. And then we go impl t where menu ID for into our menu for t into path. So you say, hey, let path equal this, and then let hash equal Bevy utilities. No, it's more like std collections hash map default hash or no. This hash is not guaranteed to be the same as all other default hash instances, but it's the same as all other default hash instances created through new or default. Yes, okay, cool. And then we say let path equals this, and then hasher.hash path.hash, and then pass in mute hasher like so, and then we go hash.finish, and you just need to be made mutable like so. So what is your problem? The method finish exists for default hasher, but the trait is not satisfied. Okay, so it's start as stir dot hash. No. Deref as ref. Now, why are you saying that I can't call hash on you? The fuck is your problem? Right. From T for I still don't know why the hash is having a fucking problem. The method finish exists for struct default hash, but the trait bounds are not satisfied. The following trait bounds are not satisfied. Hash or default hash from one. It does not satisfy. I feel like this finish is coming from somewhere else. So we're going to say like let ID equal core std core std hasher finish reference to hasher. Like, does that work? Yep, cool. And then we just say ID. It was having issues with something. Right, so that lets us turn anything that implements that type into that other type. Now the annoying thing is that the stack menu now uses the wrong thing. So when we say new menu, we do this. Interesting. So your ID is that ID. And then we're inserting. So the menu manager, menu stack needs to go our menu ID. Right, so they should fix that a little bit because it's going to make things a little bit easier. So we're going to say let name, so it's p becomes into our menu, and then into, you get the entity out of the menu like that. So when you do this, you stack that, you say menu ID, and then right. We need to say you're also just let entity equal menu.id. You're going to do that after you do that because we need to be able to insert. No, that does its own thing. We have to make immutable, and then we have to go ID, and then you become entity, and you'll become entity. Saying what? Can't borrow. Dot as ref. Cannot borrow name value borrowed being moved. When's it being moved? There, okay. Right. Dot clone, I guess. Right. We do that, and then we can do this, and then we can do that. And then do the same thing. So close menu again takes in into our menu ID. So then you just set name, reference to name, stack.remove name. Okay, so that does all of that stuff. The main menu. Instead we can go with a struct, like we just be like pub struct main menu. We import menu ID for main menu. Like that, and then here instead of passing in main menu, we pass in main menu. Somewhere we have play button. Oh, what? New menu, play menu. Right. So pubs struct play menu and then import menu for play menu. Theoretically, you could use an enum for this instead. I'm just doing this because I'm being lazy at the moment. Then we have to close play menu and main menu like that. That closes those two menus. Close play menu and close main menu, because it removes the ability to make typos as a reason why you can't fucking close a menu. So then again, this is main menu, which is going to be new menu. Right, it's a new menu. This is open new game menu. Sure. So this is a new menu. Pub struct new game menu. New game menu. So we need to get a menu here. A UI. This is why these should actually be inside a menu. I'll make that. Still probably putting it. Yeah, I'm having an alright day. I'm a little bit annoyed that I decided to do this in the middle of something else that it's just all kind of spirally bullshit, but that's just what I do. I'm an idiot like that. Where I like decide, oh, I'm gonna make a small change, and then it's like not as small of a change because I forget how much I've wired it all together. Let's come down here and we go, yep. So I think you need to use super. So the idea is that like the UI has a menu and the menu has a menu, and then so because it makes it so that like when you're using menu stuff, you can just pull in the super, because everything, when you're making a menu, everything should be under menu. And then at startup we spawn my menu. I've done this much better in a different thing. I guess that also means that we go like menu, spawn main menu, because then we can go to menu here and be like something like pub use main menu spawn main menu. Okay. Fine, that's fine. Let's go here. Okay, so in our UI, we then this spawns the main menu. So the idea is that we go, hey, new game. The new game changes when you hit something. I feel like this new menu, I feel like is redundant, because you hit save or load and then end up going to the character creation screen. Anyway, it's a new menu, and then when you hit that, you end up in the main menu takes you to the play menu, and then when you hit new game button, this takes you to the set state character creation, and then that brings you to the character creation screen, which itself will be creating the new menu. So that's technically where this new game menu is. So I guess there is no new game menu. So not delete the main menu, delete the new game menu. Right. There we go. So there's no new game menu. You go straight to character creation. So we like pub struct character creation screen. So what was the, we need to import menu ID for where do I import that from? It's like use create UI menu ID. We'll put it there so that it's easy to access from the outside. So we go like pub use menu ID. All right. So the idea is that you're, hey, so when we get here, we're going to go character creation screen. Right. The fun thing with that is I do feel like that does also now allow me to shortcut some of this stuff and be like fn node and I guess this should take itself. I like building the UI as I go. It's fun. Like all the UI, they're like architecture. So it's like, hey, a menu ID defaults to having the path, and then we can also be like, all these are gonna have defaults because you can be like node, and then that's just gonna return, yeah, margins all, which is what I'm doing already, which means that we can go back to our menu manager and go, hey, when you say new menu, you do this. It now passes in the node, but the way it should actually pass in the node is to go, ooh, no, you import. Okay, so menu, new menu, needs to not implement that. It needs to import menu ID itself. Get a bit complicated. So opening menu can just say, yeah, to implement the type, but you have to actually implement the menu ID. Type annotation needed. That's interesting. Okay, first off, M. I guess you should be M, and M is menu. I'm starting to recreate my other approach that I had. So now we have a new trait, and the new trait's called up menu. Pub trait menu, like this, and then we go, hey, so menu's gonna have like fn node, and then it's gonna return that. And then the menu ID doesn't need this anymore because I guess that does make sense. Okay, and then I guess the fn, you should have like a menu ID which takes in self and returns a menu ID, I guess. So you return a menu ID. And then we can, I guess, modify this again and say like, actually no. You are now just called menu ID. So it's more like import t menu from t. That's, I don't know, I'm trying to work out how to do this in a like this makes sense kind of way. So like this returns menu ID, and the default returning is to say menu ID from this. How did I have it set up before? What the fuck? I've completely drawn a blank on this. This just hashes the ID. Right. Right, so you have an ID. Which does this. And then you have a path which returns. Yeah, I guess it does need to be a cow so that we can do that. So when we call your path, and then by default your path is any type into, and then when we call ID, your default ID approach is to do this, and then it's something like that would be a smarter way of doing it. The idea being that you can pass in a menu, and then we say, hey, menu dot ID, and we go, instead of spawning a node, can we just say menu dot node? The one of the be is you could declare just import menu. And everything has a default, but if you want to override things, you can override them. So it's like it becomes menu. So first off, I have to go here and say it's our menu now. It's just called menu. I have to pull it into scope. So menu. All right. So we have a menu, and then like if you just import menu, then it can be used as a menu thing. But if you go the extra little bit, we can be like, hey, actually, like I need you to be a node with height, flex direction columns. Like we can encode that. And then that means that when we call new menu here, this should just create the node. So I guess we check that. We just got to fix main menu because it's kind of a bit of an issue with saying is not start close. Okay, so close menu into that. Right, so we're going to change these to being references to this menu. Like that. So the idea being that like you can set something up, and then we have to go back to menu thing here and import into menu ID. So where T implements menu, we implement into menu ID for reference to T. We might have to do a from, but anyway. Yeah, no, so this is saying we can't do this because of orphan rules, so it's from reference T for menu ID, and then we just convert that, and then we say, hey, menu ID is apparently too private, so home. So effectively, you can take a reference to a menu and get its ID. So that should mean that everything still works. Really should have get committed before I started this fucking endeavor, but anyway. This makes it just so much easier. It's like it uses type names to like distinguish the menus. So when I hit play and then I go like, see, it's a little bit strange in that, but the idea is that it uses the full qualified name, which I'm going to change, but the actual type menu ID, that will use the full qualified name, but this one will use a short name. But how do I do that? I guess I didn't really check the rest of the menu. I need to make sure that the menu is working properly before I fuck around and break things. New menu, new game. Yeah, okay, so the menu seems to be working fine. So let's commit that. Update menu to new menu ID. So I committed a bunch of other stuff too, but we don't worry about that. The idea behind that is that the menu IDs are hashes of the string that is the menu's name. So when I go to menu here, when I open a menu, new menu, we stick the name in here, except we are sticking in the full name. We keep the name on the ID itself. So this name here, which is just saying like, did this menu have a name? Which actually, interestingly, we should probably, instead of saying ID named, we should say so we spawn the node. We've got the ID. We need to implement our own equal. So ID pub struct name. No. We need to import partial equal for menu ID. So menu IDs will only check to see if the IDs are the same, and then we derive equal, because the fun thing about equal is that equal just says that like if the IDs match, is that the same thing as saying that the whole thing matches? So par equal says that like I'm considering them the same thing for comparison. Like if I say equals equals, are they the same? Whereas full equals is saying that like there's actually no difference. So it's, the idea of that is like if you think about example I've been given is books. So books have a unique ID that represents like that specific title, but then you can have different editions. And so it's saying like par equals says that if they're the same ID, like same unique book ID, they're the same story. But EQ equals, this one is saying they're also the same revision. Like, it does the revision change whether you consider them to be exactly the same? And for this, I'm going to say yes, because if it doesn't have a name specified, it still has a name specified, if you know what I mean. So the way that's going to work is we're going to say new here. Then we're going to go if let sum old equals self dot stack dot menu dot get menu. So if let sum old, we're going to say stack dot get menu is where dot we have to resolve that first. So let's get to our stack. So we're gonna be like pub get menu. I guess we should say get menu. Get menu name. Oh, no, don't do that. That's terrible naming. Get menu underscore name. Name, thank you. So this is going to return a cow static stir like that. And then the way that this works is we're going to say self dot in ID menu ID. So this is a little bit weird, but so it's like self menus dot get menu, because the idea is that the menu uses the actual underlying ID and then clones the name, which is not actually the case. It's like and so gets that. And then we need to like map, because I think map only happens on if there is something there. We go name and we say no, let's get to the entity. No, we need to. Ooh, that's interesting. Dot get no, it says entry and we pass in menu dot key expected. So this is interesting. So we're using this one to look up that one, which annoyingly is taking ownership. You can't do that entry without that. So this key returns the reference to the key. This entry's key. We can then go like dot name dot or menu dot name. I guess it's if self dot contains dot menu dot contains key contains menu. Maybe I need to split it off, because the idea of this is it's getting a little bit shilly in that, like, because the menu ID keeps the name. Yeah, okay. Seems like a trying to like, because again, keeping it in here just means that we're gonna end up cloning all over the place. So we're gonna say menus, and we're gonna go, I guess, names, and there's gonna be a hash map of menu ID to So again, you should actually be U64s, I guess. 64s. And the idea is that like pub1 get name, these should be private. So we're going to say you just return self.names.get and then menu.id. So reference to menu ID or underscore dot clone dot or menu. This seems like a weird thing, but like the idea is that when you pass in a menu ID, we look up to see if we've got a name saved for it, or we return the name of the one you passed in. So the idea is that you don't have to check to make sure you have a name. You use request get name. So that does mean that we're going to have to say like pub add menu, right? And we're going to say something like new self menu ID, and then entity like this. So we say menu is inserting menus self.menus dot, so then menu dot ID and then entry, and then we say if so this needs to return, I guess, a that's interesting. I was going to say like you could have a second menu, but like the idea is that I wanted to like maybe panic you, give the same menu with a different name. If self dot names dot contains key menu dot ID, I guess it's more like if let some name equals menu dot name. No, not menu dot name. Self dot names dot get menu dot ID and name equals menu dot named as ref and name does not equal right new name. If name does not equal new name, we're going to panic here. Panic menu with name, two menus with the same ID but different names. And then the idea is well, I guess it's more like if let some new name equals menu dot name, and then we go if let some old name equals panic else self.names.insert menu.id new name. The idea of that being that like we're going to say, hey, if you pass in a menu ID that doesn't have a name, and we have a name for it, we don't care, because you didn't name this menu. But if you pass in a menu ID that has a name, and we have a different name for it, we're going to panic because two things have happened. One of two things has happened. Either somehow, by astronomical chance, we've hit a namespace collision, which is like, unbelievably impossible that you would hash two names, two IDs and get different, hash two strings and get the same hash. Like, a hash has been defeated, which this is not actually what this is checking for. This is just checking to make sure that you didn't use a reserved ID. So the idea being that you can have your main menu is always ID 14. You can't name a menu and then try and name the menu again, is how that works. So the idea is if you pass it in and it turns out you're adding a menu that its name has already been used. The names are almost entirely just in my head going, for debugging purposes, it would be really nice to have names of what the menu is. But for performance reasons, you don't actually want to be copying and pasting those fucking names all over the place. So that's why it's doing what it's doing. So when you say close menu, we say well, it's not even, we don't even really want it to be into menu ID. Name and I want it an even faster way, but anyway, so close menu, if let some menu self stack menus get, so first off, your menu. The idea is we would want that to be some kind of static thing. That we can derive anyway. So media ID. Well, we should probably modify this to be get menu anyway. So we say, hey, get the menu, cloned it. To get the entity, we despawn the entity, and then it's self stack menu remove. So we need this to be a self stack dot remove menu. Yes, the idea of the menu stack is that you'll be able to debug a name out, but also it doesn't necessarily keep the name. So removing a menu ID. Why is menu not considered a menu ID? My question. Oh, okay. So let's rename this to entity like that. And then its menu gets passed in. Say, hey, remove menu. And then we say if some stack top. So the top, yeah, it's just an entity. So equals some entity, then the top equals none. So the top's just about, I don't actually know. I don't think I'm ever going to use the top, but it was about making sure that when you opened a menu, you could access the menu that you had opened last. Anyway, so we're going to say if let some name old. Okay, so get menu name. If let some, okay, yes, no. So now we go, it's if let some name equals self.stack.get menu name menu.id. We have to add it to the stack, right? So we need the entity before we can add it to the stack, and we need the fucking fine. Fuck you. So we need to add it to the stack. We need to get the entity to do that. So we need to say, hey, fuck it, and look, entity. We'll add the name by a fucking second command, because even though it's going to be technically slightly slower, we don't have the capacity to do it in a different order, because it's annoying me too much to try and fucking reason about. There's no point fucking around trying to get tiny bits of performance when it's making the code so much harder to understand. Right, so we add the fucking menu. And then we say hello. And then we say, hey, the fucking menu. The self.stack to get menu.id. No, so it's we just want to say, well, yeah, I guess we can just call menu.id again. Sure. And then we say menu insert No method named insert. Yeah. So it's more like we need to go like self.commands.entity entity.insert name. So the thing with this name is we do need to strip out all the other bullshit just so that this name's not stupidly long. So we're going to say like let is it if let some name equals name dot split. I want to say it's like split once reverse, but like the split. So we get split, and then the pattern is double colon and dot last. So I guess we want to go let menu equals. Well, it's more like this goes here, and then it's like let name equal. So this would return name split last. So we say name. Well, I'm curious actually, because if we split and there's none, then it should just return the first, and then the first is just the last. So, it returns an option. But anyway, I'm curious. We'll find out if this works. Is can I say like dot expect? No colon is still at least one slice. Right? I think that's how that works. Because split will always return at least one result, and then we just put the name in. I don't even need to clone it. Can we just do that? Because it's like name just needs to implement into cal. Yeah, thank you. So then we do that. And then yeah, cool. And then we say, hey, entity is menu. No, so entity is just entity again. And then your name is your name. Dot as ref. I'm making this way more complicated than it needs to be, just to make it nice. No, wait, yeah, as ref. Right. I'm assuming. Yeah, name may not live long enough. Let name equal name dot split. No. I'm assuming it's actually because here it doesn't live long enough, so we're going to like name dot to string. Yeah. Okay. So it wasn't that. It was that I was trying to use it. That's annoying because that's the error was here, not here. Anyway. So we split the name, and then we open. We say that if let sum open self top self commands entity insert hidden self top close. Okay. So open menu. My thinking is more like it just needs to be like into menu ID. That's fine. I'm trying to think how to do this. So it's like if let sum menu self stack menu get. So first off, we need to go like let target let to open equal self dot stack dot get menu entity. Right. So we have to make this thing. So wherever menu stack is menu stack. Pub net. Okay. So this just gets that menu out of there. I want to make menu ID when we clone it or copy it over, just like delete the name. So the idea is that you can copy it around really easily, but as soon as you copy it, the name is gone. So when you go to insert it, you want one with the name. Anyway, so we have this. So this gives us our entity, and then we're going to say if let sum open equals self.stack.top. If open equals hello, welcome to the stream. If open equals to open, return. Oh, it's more like yeah. It all right. I guess technically we return open. That's I don't know how to do this. So it's like if and. Yeah. So you insert hidden, and then you return. You say self.commands.entity.to open .insert visibility. This is like a really inefficient way of doing it, but it's also like it's menu fucking navigation. So doing this is kind of like it should be done so rarely that inserting and removing these pieces instead of having to own the visibility. Admittedly, owning the visibility is probably not that bad either. Honestly, maybe we should just be owning the visibility that way. The issue with owning this invisibility is that it does require that it actually, I could do that because this is the menu manager, which means it's just another query in here that it owns. But it does mean like mapping and stuff just to make sure. But anyway, so the idea is that we're just inserting them. We're just saying, hey, hide the one. So if the open menu is not the menu we're trying to open, as in like if you're not trying to double open something, we hide it. And then if it then we set the currently to open one visible, and we set it to being the top. Well, it's not top, it's open. The idea being like I only want the topmost menu to be open at any one time. So if you open another menu, it should hide the menu that was open and open the new menu underneath. I'm gonna have to do like a sub menu thing that when you open the top menu, it fucking puts it on top, but that might be a different kind of thing entirely. Anyway, what was I doing? Something. Well, I should probably check that this is still working. Is the idea? All that work just so that when the names are in the the like debug window, they're not fucking stupidly long. I wonder if there's a way to make a copy. That would be good. Oh yeah, let's do that. Okay, that's the smart way of doing it. So over here, you'll see that we have main menu, which I hid. Like, so main menu should be visibility hidden. Somewhere. Visibility hidden. Because I opened a new menu, it hid the main menu. And then we say, there's the play menu. So as you see, they don't have really dumb long names anymore. And then the menu ID should have a really dumb long name. That's a good idea. So what I just thought of, right, it works. Right, is we can go to main menu. Where is menu ID? So we can go to menu ID and we can say, hey, so menu ID at the moment is clone. We can also, I believe, I don't know if this works, but we can import copy for menu ID. Wait, is that just not a thing? Damn it. No, Russ, don't do this to me. Damn it. No, copy's empty. I was hoping we could implement our own custom copy. And the idea being that, like, if you copy it, like when you don't explicitly call clone, which might be the way to do it, we just like go like this and we go something like import clone for menu ID, and you just say, hey, this just becomes none. If you clone it, don't keep the name, and then we can say you also are copy, right? Because the idea is that the trait cannot be implemented for this type. What do you mean? They can't automatically implement it? Maybe? I don't know. Import copy for menu item. Wait, why? It does not, this. So that implies that the compiler is doing something, because the trait's empty, which means that copy is not it. Okay. Never mind then. So we'll just derive clone, and I guess we can import menu ID, copy, which just takes in self and returns self, but you know, like none. The idea is that like when I copy it, it's like a light copy. It just strips out the name. The name only exists when you make a new one. Honestly, it makes more sense to do that with clone because you're much more likely to clone it all over the place. But the idea is that so like here we call clone, but we can actually say like, hey, copy. And then the one that's actually on the entity will have no name. But you can like look up the name if you need it. That's good. That's good. I like that. Seems like a nice lazy way of getting around that. Anyway, so we insert like, yeah, so this seems to work. I don't know if it's going to work entirely because I haven't done it. Okay, anyway, what do we tweak? So we made menu names just use type struct made menu name component just struct name not path. This one is just last segment. False path. Right, admit that. Now I've got to remember what I was doing to need to do that. So we create you, which you're the creation menu screen. So I think the trick with you, first off, is we probably want to center you. So like a margin UI rect all. Actually, sure. And then we can say that the width and height, width is val percent 100 and val width 100. Maybe I need to set it to auto, but that should mean that when we open the character creation menu, it should just immediately do that. Now my question is, why does the new menu immediately load the game in the background? Actually, no, it doesn't. It's the right. It's no, new menu is the one that does it. Why is new menu not doing what I think it should be doing? Okay, so we go back to our main menu. So this closes both menus and calls load game. Changes the game state to load game. This triggers. Yeah, no, don't trigger the map until after. Thank you. So you just screen scroll to here, please. And then this screen can, I guess, FN on start. And then we go like underscore on activate, and then new commands like that, and then we just paste this in and say, hey, trigger fucking new world stuff. So screen's going to probably need to go like use Bevy widget UI widgets like that, just to bring everything in so this all works. So we call that, we go here, we go, hey, so I want it to like, it's probably a full plugin. So we got plugin init, and this is the screen plugin. I don't know why I'm calling them screens over UI and stuff like that, but anyway, app dot add plugins, and then that would be character creation plugin, like so. We go back to here, and we go, hey, so we have UI, and then we go app add underscore plugins screen plugin. We run the game. Okay, so this should, in theory, spawn us a nice looking little like screen. Also, I wonder if I can turn the, well, not now. I was going to turn the stream latency down to ultra low because I had to drop down to 4K, down from 1440, and I'm so annoyed that dropping down immediately the bitrate is actually like solid at like 5, so I could have actually stayed up high. So I don't know what it changed. Anyway, we hit play, we say new game, and then it brings us to this window, which apparently is a little bit weird in that it's keeping it away from the edge because it's doing the margin, but it's also like, I think it's pushing it off this edge. Also, why is it behind me? Slightly confusing, but anyway. So you're setting the vmin, right? And that's what makes the border the same, which means that you actually, can I just set you to auto? It might be that it needs to be auto so that the Bevy automatically calculates what it should be, because 100% will make it 100% the width of the height, width and height of the screen, which is going to ironically make it the wrong size because we're then offsetting it from the edge of the screen while it is the full size of the screen. That's why it goes off the bottom corner there. But in theory, we should be able to go play and then go new game. Okay. So the answer to that one is no. God damn it. What do we need to set it to then? Somewhere. The hex camera pointer. Where is the... What is the screen called? Character creation. So we created the fucking character, the screen, yeah? Menu, character creation. This triggered the main menu. Where is the menu though? Like, is it right at the bottom of the list? Yeah, okay. That's annoying. Node. So its margin is full auto. Maybe it's border that it needs to be full auto. But yeah, the margin's all good. So width, if I set it to 100% and its height gets set to 100%, it overfills the screen. I also lose the ability to get access to that menu, which is strange. Because, like, how do I make the menu render higher? I think it's got its own camera or something is what's going on there. Maybe. Well, renders behind everything else, so it's got to be an order of operations thing. This needs to be rendered higher because it renders in front of that, which makes me think that it must be like here somewhere. It's got to be like in front of something. Anyway, got to be its own thing, I guess. We could spawn an entirely separate window to have it, just so that it's not here. So again, it's probably no, it's still only this thing. Okay, weird. Extra weird. Okay, so visibility transform. So I don't know what I need to set it to make it not, because annoyingly, min and max doesn't fucking work. Alright, so first off, vmin and vmax is probably the wrong thing to pick. We probably should just... Percent doesn't fucking work, I don't think, as a margin, because you end up with more shit on the side than the top. That's why I'm using the V, I guess. Actually, just fine. So vmin just means like take 5% of the smallest edge, so it's 5% of the height on the top and the bottom. Now, annoyingly, I guess maybe it's because I've got nothing else set. So do I maybe like left? Well, I guess I can code my own fucking margin, can't I? Val let's just go pixels 10. And then right is also pixels 10, and then top is pixels 10, and bottom is pixels 10. This is not going to particularly work for a really obvious reason to me, which is I'm giving it a margin and then also setting its location. But maybe that actually will work. It's very confusing how you can give it a left edge or right edge. Yeah, so it just didn't appear. Is it because I haven't given it a size? So if I give it a size, does it suddenly appear? Oh, where is it? Percent and percent. Oh. It's oh, I already got to stop making it so fucking big. Can I, by any chance? Nope. I shouldn't have closed it. God damn it! I don't know how to make it go behind that fucking menu. Really like reopen that. Maybe it's that we should make it so get rid of all of that. Say width val percent 100. Height is 100%. Maybe it's border. There's like a specific order of operations. So it's like a margin. The amount of space around a node outside of its border. If a percentage value is used, the percentage is calculated based on the width of the parent node. Okay. I guess we can just say percent 5%. 2%, 2.5%, and then we would say that you actually are 95% of the width. The width. So, so there's VW, which is the width of the viewpoint, and there's VH, which is the height of the viewpoint, and then there's Vmin. So Vmin is saying like, take like this side is smaller than this side, so use this side, and then Vmax is saying this side's bigger than that side, take that side. Which so in this particular case, V width is Vmax, which is saying like the width of the screen. But if I had my monitor at 90 degrees, V width and V they're different. So the fact that it says, hey, I'll take the width of the parent node means I have to use the width of the viewport because your parent node is the viewport. Otherwise, it ends up being funky because obviously I can't do 95% because that makes it 95% of the height, which would mean that the height and the width is wrong. Oh no, it's going to be wrong as well because it's going to be way too tall. Yeah, it's way too tall because I need to use the fucking... I hate this. Annoyingly, you need to be 95% of the height, but you don't because that's a different number. I hate it. You'd think it's correct, but it's not. Why is 100% calculated after? Maybe it's because I need to... My instinct is saying that there's something like it needs to be 100%, 100%, but it needs to be border, not margin, because margin is calculated after or something. So like if we said like border was 5%, because the issue is that, again, like we're using so again, I'm going to say width is 100%. Width is just going to be easy to see it because again the one other one goes off the bottom. is that we need to use something else than the margin, because I'm assuming the margin doesn't actually affect the size. It's outside of the border, whereas the border probably goes inward, and therefore giving it a border of width, something or other. Okay, yeah, so giving it a border pushes the content in without while keeping its size, whereas the margin expands out, which means it takes that size and then it grows. Ah, okay. I gotta remember this stuff for like when I'm doing Flexbox stuff because it's so fucking annoying. Right, so then we want to say that you are actually val percent 100, and you're also val percent 100. Now, technically, we just probably want it to fill the entire screen, but like giving it a little border, we can give it a border color and all sorts of things just to make it look nice. Okay, anyway, so that's starting. So that spawns that screen in. So the next thing we need to do is go like spawn, wait, oh, yeah, it's like a way to spawn. So we're gonna go like image. And then image would probably want to take in something like that. So that particular image is going to take in the GUI cell, which is interesting. So it's UI and it's GUI cell.png. So you take that in. No method named image found for struct. Honestly, I might be smarter to use. So this, you should have returned a menu builder. Yeah. Okay. So we get a menu manager. We get a menu builder. These would probably be their own sub crates again because it's getting like a lot of stuff packed in here. So we go like menu and then we go like it's not even menu. It's in UI. So it should be like pub. I guess that'll work fine. And so it's inside of menu. Main menu should probably be in a crate called menus, is what I was getting at there. Mod menu ID. Right. So we create menu ID and we rip out all things menu ID and put them in there. Which apparently includes the menu trait. What did I leave behind? Right, we'll come back for you because I can't be bothered recapturing that. Okay. Right, so like that, like that. So we go up here, we say, hey, pub use menu ID. Just everything in menu ID. Right, and then we're going to go mod menu builder. And then everything in menu builder. The idea being that like we can more easily separate things. The menu builder is also probably going to get all sorts of weird stuff done to it, like splitting off buttons and stuff like that. So it'll be like use super, like that, and then we go like mod button. And then the idea is that instead of having button here doing weird shit, we have button here. So we go use super, like so, and then we impl menu builder. We get rid of this piece and we say button. We could even implement like a subtrait so you can bring in the button extensions. That might be a thing. So you go like pub trait button extensions, and then you'd be like fn pub fn with something, you know, like with image or with icon, right? Which then would take in mute self text, an icon, and return a mutable self, and then you can like implement that. So the idea is that you only bring in the button extensions when you actually are using buttons, and it means that you don't have that big clutter of like every time I do dot something, all this other stuff shows up. This stuff's all complaining because I'm not using use super. Let me go to menu and go, hey, why is menu complaining? What have I cut out that menu is saying, hey? Oh, right, so the menu stack is doing weird shit. First off, the menu stack you should probably be calling dot get menu entity, and then passing in menu. Right, so that does that. And then this all does this. So we need to make this like pub, I don't know, import menu. It was about like tidying it up so I'm not digging through a bunch of shit to try and find everything that I need. So, new. So this takes in commands, a root, and you make 2 copies. So you can be like, pub. Okay, so I guess it would be ws, and you return ws commands. Right, no, commands. So the thing is that commands needs to take in w and s, and you need to take in w and s. Okay, so now we can call new, and then you're yelling at me still because the button doesn't exist. So we would be like this, and we would say new, and then we say commands.reborrow. Self.commands.reborrow and entity. So that's how you make a new one of those. Menu stack's yelling at me because menu field is private, which makes me feel like menu stack should probably just be in the menu field. Sure. I'm going to say menu stack gets to hide inside menu ID. This is a good way of me making sure that things are actually like usable outside of places as well. So things like the menu trait and the menu stack are parts of the menu ID system. So they get put in there, which makes, you know, stack.open.stack. So if we go like stack.current, well, we should probably just call stack.open. Be like stack.set open. Is that what I was doing? Stack.clear. Right. So then we go to this what? Oh no. So it's stack.open and self.stack.close. So we go back to our menu ID and we go, hey, so stack. We need to be like pub open. No, open doesn't do that. Open just says, what the fuck is open? I guess it is called current. So we call current, right? So open would be like that. I'm just using the wrong function. These also probably shouldn't be private to anyone because I don't think you should be fucking with the stack because I think you could probably end up in an invalid state. So it's like current. So it removes it from the stack. So yeah, and then you say, hey, get current, and then open entity. Okay, cool. Apparently we still have some issues to resolve, which is like things like open, right? If let open, no, yeah, current equals open, return this, and then open to open. It's just like slightly about rearranging shit and not accessing stuff directly. It's all you access through accesses. Okay. So a menu builder separate. A menu has still got menu manager in it, so the menu manager should probably go somewhere else. But we can split that off later because I don't intend to add new things to the menu. It's just used to open close menus, whereas the builder is going to get a lot of shit stapled onto it because it's what it does. So let's commit that as refactor menu module. So commit that. Right. So there's no thing named name. Kind of going, do I make the menu builder completely menu buildery? I think so. So we say, I think we rename this trait. This is going to be called trait button builder, right? And then so there's like, we go hub from with fn button like that, and then we go, hey, import button builder for menu builder. And then we go, hey, fn button. And then we got fn with icon. And then this should just to do. Thank you. Well, actually, it should probably error icon's not implemented yet. Self. Because I don't actually want it crashing if I accidentally use menu stuff. I just want it to not do anything. Anyway, so when we say you now use the button, we have to come up here and we have to go like you use crate UI menu button extension like that. And then when we go to menu here, we can go pub use menu button menu builder extensions. Right. And then in the menu builder, well, it's just like no, we'll just put it in here. So it's gonna be menu builder, and then we just import everything from the menu builder crate, and then inside menu builder we say, hey, pub use button builder. Oh, that's what it's called. Okay, cool. Then up here you say, hey, can you use menu button builder like that. That gives us access to buttons. Yay. Okay. So you're still yelling at me because I'm trying to spawn an image. So effectively, we're going to just like copy. Whoop. That's one way of copying it. I hit X instead of C. So we go menu builder, which I feel like maybe we should move you in here and just rename you mod, because again, it's the same thing. If I keep going to the menu builder, but like that's actually in the wrong place. I want to be in the folder. So we go menu builder, and we go like mod images. Image builder. Right, and then we have to go create image. We go here, and we go, hey, this is actually called image builder. Image. Oh, look, this is called image builder. We just need to refactor some things. Image builder like so. It doesn't have a with icon. Apparently button. Okay, so image goes like so. Image goes like so. Ooh, that's not how that works. Okay, so you go like this, like this, like this, and we go, hey, so it's not text, it's image, which is, we could give you access to the so we would need a trait pub trait image source, like so. And then like you just need to import image source, and you also need to import image source. And then I think the menu builder can get the asset server, because there's no reason it shouldn't have the asset server. Like the asset server is a pretty universal thing. Like a lot of things will want access to the asset server. You're a little bitch, but you know. Kind of feel like I want to have like a method that can clone you that doesn't need me to do all this shit. Anyway, so you are going to do this and you're going to do this. We're going to come over here. We're going to go, hey, so you need to request the asset server. Yep. Let's do res asset server with a lifetime W. And you're just going to clone the asset server because it's kind of hilarious. Do anything, but maybe not. Maybe we should just have a reference to the asset server. I don't think you ever need anything. Yeah, no, because it's res. Okay, fine. We're gonna not clone the fucking thing everywhere. I do kind of need the builder to not need me to refactor everything every time I change it. So we're gonna go to you. We're gonna go. You have new, and you also have pub. Sub builder, which takes in, I guess, read a reference to self entity and root entity, and then says, hey, asset server clone. So no, asset server, again, I'm gonna make asset server a reference to an asset server, and then it's gonna have a lifetime of W. Now, I don't know how much I like that being the case. There. The idea being that when I say, hey, sub builder, pass in the root, you should just be able to say, hey, yep, copy yourself. The idea being that because every time I change something, something's going to change, we want to go sub builder. Well, I guess it's self dot sub builder and then root, because you have access to everything. It's empty really. There. Which means that basically, as long as I'm saying all I'm doing is changing the root entity as we go sub builder. There we go. That should make it much cleaner to fucking move things around. Anyway, image is still complaining about image. You are yelling about something because I think I have to pass in the asset server now. Which means that you need to be like, hey, can you pass in a, is it like deref? Maybe? That seems to be working. Then we come back to image and we go, hey, image. So the trait image source is going to have like to handle, which will take in self and the asset server and return a handle. Yeah, thank you. Well, I guess get handle would probably be the get handle. The idea being that like if you actually just give it to a handle, it'll just return itself. So we go like impl image source for handle to image. This is just self.clone. Actually, it's not even self.clone. It's just, oh, you take a reference. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so a reference to self just returns self.clone, which is exactly what we want. So we can say like, hey, handle is image, get handle, and then no. Then we spawn a image node. Something like this. Okay, so missing field, color, flip X, Y, flip Z, so image. Handle, and then like, I guess default everything else. And then that's going to be how that works. So the idea being that we can also be like impl image source. I'm going to say maybe like T No, I think I actually want to do it manually. I was going to do it like, if you can be referenced into a string, but there's a bunch of things that can be referenced into strings that wouldn't necessarily be handles to images. So, I guess like for get handle for stir, and then this is self load. Self.clone toString. Maybe. You don't like that because apparently like the A is not living long enough. I don't fucking know. And then we can do the same thing for string. We like import image source for string, and then don't even clone it. Oh no, use it to fucking reference. Okay. That's annoying. Honestly, I feel like image source should just take it itself and be all like, hey, yeah, image source can just like be self. The idea being like, hey, you can do self. So a reference to a string converts to a string. You don't convert to a string. You just return self. I don't think this works, but maybe it does. No. Okay. Yeah. So toString. So like that. So that's our image source for those three things. And then we also then need to be like, we also need an image source. Image source from a reference to a handle as well. So the idea being that you can pass in a reference and it'll clone it, but if you actually give it the handle, it'll just return the handle. These both load the assets from the asset server. So we could say, hey, image, and then we go back to here. We go, hey, image, no method named image. Yes, because you need to use use create UI menu. It's what image builder, like that. That's actually probably the greatest thing about the AI is that I can write like autocomplete APIs that don't exist in the same way that I can do it for an API that does exist, which allows me to like effectively see how it feels to get what? Wait, no. You are pub using image builder. Oh, it must be menu. No, because I'm sure the menu is just bringing in all of menu builder. Menu. You just bring in all of menu builder, yeah? Yeah, you bring in all of menu builder. So how can I not access it? Because it's probably because I'm using capital M menu, not lowercase m. UI. Wait, where the fuck is it? UI. Interesting. Right. Pub use menu. Which means we can get rid of like that all too, because we can just like bring it all in and go, hey, what are the odds that you now have access to fucking image builder? Thank you. Thank you. So you now spawn this image. Now the cheeky thing about this image is we do kind of want to make it tessellate. I don't actually know if we can do that with a asset server image, but we can find out. So you load that image, which is like here. Is it inside the image node? We can go like, so we can rect. Okay. An optional rectangle representing the region of the image to render instead of rendering the full image. This is an easy one off alternative to, okay, yep. Image mode. Okay. So what we need to do is go image. So there's also, we could do like an image controller, also like something controller, and then that returns the like builder and also the thing. Maybe, I don't know how that would work. The idea was you'd want to like return the component, but like be able to drop it, but then it also breaks the builder chain thing. Anyway, so there's two ways I could go about this. One, I could add an entire functionality to let me set the repeat mode, or we do something like dot update component, and the component is image node, and we say image image dot node image mode equals image mode right, it was called image mode, right? And it's called a node image mode. This is dumb. Stretch. So tile. True 1. So don't stretch it. You need to be mutable. Okay, that's fun. So the idea of this, what I was calling dumb before, is this is called node image mode, and then when you do a sprite, it's called image mode. I think. I assume. I don't actually know. We'll check with an actual sprite. We can be like here. We'll be like dot update component image image dot mode. No, the fuck? No, sorry, sprite. Not image, sprite. Image is the actual texture. Sprite, image mode. And then there's a sprite image mode, but I'm almost certain they are going to be identical. So auto, scale, texture slicer, separate scaling mode, tiles, right? Oh no, this one's stretch versus this one's scale. Separate scaling mode. That's kind of like, so they're not identical, but they really should be identical, because what you can do to a sprite and what you can do to a UI element should be the same. There's some things that might be a little bit different about it, but they're not in that image mode thing, I wouldn't think. Anyway, so we do need to do some stuff like saying update component node. Now, my annoyance with this is that the way I call this is I assert that it's a mutable component, and we queue it up as a command on the world, and we get the component. Theoretically, I could. What is queue? It said we could say like command T apparently, and like just make it purely take in the actual commands, because I don't know if you can just pass in anything. I don't know. Maybe it's implemented for anything that implements the right types. But my thinking is that, like, theoretically, you could pass in more than one thing. Like, I have to do this as 2 separate calls, which makes it, all UI stuff. So it's not actually like that important that it's fast, but it's annoying that you have to call in the node and then call in the image separately because of the whole, they're actually separate things. Like, there's almost certainly a way I could make it so that you could like wrap this and then do it, but it seems like out of my group at least. I'm gonna go node. I'm gonna go. Who fucking knows my reference image? Where's my reference image? This one. Right. So we're going for this. I should probably open this in GIMP or something. So we need text at the top. That's abilities you can choose from. That's interesting. So the issue I see with trying to get this to work is that I don't want to just hard code everything's location. I actually want Bevy's flow stuff to do its job. So the idea is that we probably want to go something along the lines of 2/5, a fifth, 2/5 of the width. And then the choose ability stuff can go at the top. Abilities you can choose from. So what that's telling me is we need to kind of do like weird sub stuff. But anyway, we need to upgrade this node, and we need to say that you're like node.width equals val percent 2 divided by 5. Well, 200 divided by 5 because it's a percentage, which is a little bit, feels a bit weird, but anyway. And height is that. So that should make it the right amount of space taken up. My annoyance is that I feel like the text and that should be the same unit, so we would want to go like, we spawn the screen, then we go dot vertical dot text dot label. No, not what we want. We want the text to say wherever I put it. Press image, put it over here, so I can go build ABI LIT eyes you can choose from. Okay, so we have the text, then we have the image. So the issue with this is we need to go like let menu menu equals the new menu, and then let perks equal menu.vertical, right, like this. Right. So perks is vertical, label, image, update. Then we would be like, ooh, new menu. The issue is what way is that menu fucking flexing? Well, I can control that, can't I? It's apparently flexing columns. Okay. Column. Right. So we want to then be like let cons equal menu dot vertical. Dot label. We can give it background colors and all sorts of stuff as well, can't we? Floors you can choose from, and then again be all like dot image select, all that stuff. Exactly the same thing again. And then we go, what the hell does this look like? I suspect the wrong thing. We also need to probably import that font, but like a very 8-bit font. Like a very, very like 8-bit font. I'll just see, we're going like itch. And be all like 8-bit font. They want $1 for it? No, thank you. Fine, I'll just look on the internet and be like 8-bit font. Okay. We're gonna need some font. Right, what does it look like when we go play, we go new game? So, abilities you can choose from, floors you can choose from. Apparently they have 0 size, which confuses me to no end. You should have an image node below you. Why do you not have an image node below you? Annoyingly, just scroll through all these fucking observers to get this thing to show me. All right, so that's you. And so you have a vertical, you have a vertical. So this was obviously the top vertical. So Name is node vertical. This is the node. Why? Because I didn't give you a width or a height, apparently. Now that's the vertical. I don't care about the vertical. One of the vertical is children. So this is just called node, which is dumb. We need to call them images. Anyway, image node. So apparently no image was selected. No, that is the right image. Why you not got a size? You have a width and a height of 40%. Let me guess. You, as the vertical, don't have a fucking size. So you're flexing that way. That's so annoying. Okay. This is where I'm like, you're going to start ending up hard coding shit just to get it to look like how you want it to look. So the annoying thing is we go, hey, vertical, dot update. Ah, great. Is my fucking stream dying again? I mean, it's still getting 5K, but it's just apparently not sending everything. That's weird. Okay. Node. There we go. Mute node. We just say that your node dot height is equal to val 50% and your node dot width is equal to val percent 200 divided by 5. So that should make that node and that node. They should make the two nodes actually take up space, which means that their children can now use percentages because... Honestly, I think auto should make them fucking automatically take their children's percentage if the children specify a percentage, but anyway. Hey, look. Now, these are smaller than they're supposed to be because now they're taking up 2/5 of the parent, not... Okay. So, they should probably be... Honestly, the image thing taking up slightly more than that number of pixels is infuriating, but anyway. I kind of wish there was a way around it, but, you know, I understand. So you need to take up 100% of the width and the height, and then I guess we can give them like a slight amount of stretch. I don't understand how the stretch would work, but we can do that. All right, so we have to go back to our character creator. We have to go... I feel like I need to add some kind of weird... Also, why do we make it 2/5 of the height? Doesn't seem quite right. Honestly, feel like I should probably make their height higher. Anyway, node width. So your width is just 100%. And then your height, I'm just going to not touch your height. Question is, are you going to keep your aspect ratio? Who goddamn knows? Oh, actually, we can do that. We can give you an aspect ratio because... Sure. I'd have to count the number of pixels to give you the correct aspect ratio. But, so what do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 by 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 12 by 24. So that's our little one. So I want you, and we want to say node dot aspect ratio is some 0.5. Now, annoyingly, I'm pretty sure you have to set the aspect ratio correctly in that, like, so that's the vertical, that's the actual thing. So you, and then we're going to say node dot aspect ratio equals sum. Now, I do feel like I need to have some kind of configgy thing that I can pass in that will spit out a fucking, like, so that I can like configure something that will like do what it's supposed to do, I guess. Also, we want to fix, what was it, image. Image doesn't put a name on what it is, so do something like this and be like name is new image. The idea being that I want to like pass in some kind of configuration data so that I can like set it up that like, hey, this thing is this size, and then it just automatically does that for me. But I guess we got to work out what it's going to look like first. That'd actually be kind of interesting. Menu manager. Okay, so right, we have to rerun this. So with the aspect ratio of 0.5, which again, 916 is like 1 something something, so that would imply that no, we probably wanted it to be 2. I don't know. The aspect ratio is one of those annoying things. Is like, hey, okay. So did I put it in backwards then? Like, what the fuck? Or did I set your height wrong? What the hell happened there? Why is one wide? So your width is 250. Yeah. Your node width is 100%, and your not you. Your node width. Oh, right. That would explain it. Width is val percent 100. Now, the issue is that it's 100%, and the aspect ratio doesn't seem to have done shit because you still take up the full height. Okay, aspect ratio. Okay, the aspect ratio defined as width divided by height. So that would imply we want like sum 2. Wait, no. Yeah, sum 2. So we would want the height to be half the width. Anyway, possibly. The issue is that I feel like it will set the width from the height sort of thing, rather than like whichever's not set. So it does feel like it's a little bit too big. We also need to come up with some kind of way of like clamping its size so that it doesn't, if that makes sense. Wait, we can do that. We can literally say that your node dot max width is equal to, no, wait, because that forces, damn it. I was going to say we need to set it to like a fixed number of things, but the issue is that like I want them to stretch, which means we just need to set it to 10. So stretch value. The texture will repeat with the ratio between the draw dimensions and texture, and the original texture size are above the value. So what that's saying is you can stretch up to twice the size before you tile, sort of thing. So the idea with that is I think if I go to like 1.9 or something, maybe it'll tile before it gets to twice the size, which means that it should never have a leftover piece because it'll stretch and then tile, stretch and then tile. So the minimum size would mean that it guarantees that at least one tile is, like, as soon as it gets big enough for it to be more than one tile, it'll duplicate. Maybe, but maybe that's too great of a value. When the value and the original above this value. Maybe it's 2. We can have it like we can compare because these two should be the same size. Because that's the annoying thing. I want it to have a fixed number of cells across, like a number of duplications, which would mean that I'd need the scale that it can stretch to become more as it got bigger. Yeah, no, so it's still clipping it off because I guess that doesn't make sense because to fill that in, surely it could add an extra one and scale it down. Right, no, it's tiling if it gets to more than. Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay. Anyway, fucking, I don't think there's any way of forcing it to tile only a specific number of times. There's probably something I can do. Like we could tweak the stretch value based on the number of tiles or something. Possibly, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like you'd have to like set some kind of like max size that it can't get above, which is annoying. Right. And what do we? So this is what our fucking thing looks like now. Again, annoying that I can't somehow fix it to that, but like that's what it looks like, and this is what I'm copying. So I gotta say that there's a pretty good, like, obviously this is much more realistically that size. Now, annoyingly, again, like we can't tweak on the fly kind of thing, which annoys me because what I would want is to say this repeats so many times rather than this repeats. Which is annoying. Anyway, there might be a way of doing that, but I wouldn't know what it is. Anyway, so then we need to have a so we have our perks. So let's rename this to A perks and A cons, right? Then next we would need to say let middle equals menu dot new dot vertical. Yeah, and that's all that does is spawn a new vertical in. Then that vertical is going to have width dot width. What is it? No, it's update component node. So then, yeah, you are going to be 200 divided by 5. No, it'd be 100 divided by 5. Thank you. And your height is going to be 100%. This is the middle. This is just like a divided, it splits them apart. And then we would say copy exactly the same thing again with our perks. And you say these are C perks. And our same thing with our cons. Be all like C cons. Then the next thing would be like to iterate through all the cons and add them. I'm gonna have to have some kind of way of reducing the amount of shit that you need to do to spawn that stuff in. So first off, you would not have the text abilities you can choose from. It's going to say chosen abilities. Apparently there's no dot on that one. It just says chosen abilities. Okay. Well, stream seems to have stabilized. That's at least good. Apparently not before everyone left, but you know. Okay, so cons can come in. We go, yeah, we go. Okay. Next is to grab the floors and be like, hello, you are the chosen floors, and also no dot. Okay, so we have this, we have that. So let's spawn that and spawn that, because like theoretically we can not have to do it as like one full chain, but the primary reason for this is because you have to be able to drop it to start a new one. Otherwise, they would all be sub of the first one. So That's why I'm assigning them a type. Like I'm assigning them to a variable is because if I don't assign them to a variable, I can't ever get out of the vertical. That's how you end the verticals. You drop it. And the way to drop it is just to declare a new one on the on a node that's higher up. We go, hey, new. All right, so that does tell us some stuff. Like, for example, chosen ability. So there's an invisible thing that's like the same way, where we need to go here and then say you. Do I just like never insert your node? I don't. Actually, I do. I configure it up here, and we say flex wrap flex wrap. Right. So that should fix that issue. Now I want to make like a defining like language that you can describe. Hey, there you go. So we have our abilities. So let's get our reference picture back in. This is what we're trying to copy. This is what we currently have. Got to admit that that looks pretty similar. Obviously, we need to make this bigger. Again, I need some kind of way. I mean, the most obvious way is that in the files, there's almost certainly going to be a image. This is my stuff. So in here, there'll be an image that'll be like UI. Like we'll just reveal an explorer. It'll be like UI. We need to go like asterisk UI maybe. Was it GUI? Okay. So there's a GUI grid. There's the GUI background 2 times. Nope. Don't care about that one. Panel. Like one of these is almost certainly going to be the message frame GUI grid block. Something about a GUI bar. Ooh, I like that. Anyway, what the hell is this? Just a big rectangle. Message frame. Battle panel. No. Whoop. What did I click? No, go away. Not you. No. I'll close you. Reopen this. So one of these. So there's a single cell. There's a arrow. So dumb that they have to have like individual sprites for the different things. It has to be the same size and shape because they just lay it on top. So there's this grid, but this grid's way too big. And then there's grid. So my issue with it is I don't know how to tessellate it a certain number of times. And I can't see anything that's like looks like it's the right kind of grid, which makes me think that either they're actually doing and spawning in an exact number of cells, or they're somehow like rendering this and then cutting it smaller. But the fact that it's big like that makes me think they're doing it with individual cells. Because I don't think they are allowed to scale anything, so that's fun. Right, so how the hell do I define you to be a specific size? Like let's do size. An exact integer multiple of the texture. Because one would think that that's it would have to be the tiled. The texture will repeat if stretched beyond stretching value. So what other image modes do I have? So I have stretch. We can do the texture will be cut in 9 slices, keeping the texture in proportion on resize, and then tiled. So what that's really telling me is that I need a specific image size and then to tile that, which is so fucking annoying. Because like, there's no way to say like make it 15 tiles. And repeating the image that many times would be really dumb. How do I? Yeah, I think the only thing I would be able to do would be to export an image that was exactly that number of grid cells. Admittedly, it's not actually the most critical thing. Well, I could also like add some kind of marker to it to specific, like, because like there's no reason it can't, like, we can't just snap this cell to being a specific size, but we'd have to add custom bespoke logic to make it like fixed, like number of integers. That'd be interesting though, because then we could say we update this stretch to being so many by so many, and then we say that your stretch factor. If I say your stretch factor like 0.5, does that mean it tiles like smaller versions of itself? That would be really interesting. I don't know if you can stretch. I feel like it's going to only render half of one instead. But maybe not, because it is actually stretching them. It's not like it's like at 2 times it will render a second copy. So that would imply that at half it would render half the size. Okay, so we could just add a like a grid fixing thing. The other option would be to like set a grid size, but that feels dumb. But I guess we can just go down here and be like fn grid align. Right, so it's more like pub struct grid. No, not static, struct grid. Because the other question though is maybe I should fuck around with this first. Is go display node dot display equals grid. Display grid. So the question is like, what do I have access to when I display as grid? Use CSS grid layout model to determine the position of nodes of this child. See, I can't use it to determine the size of this child though. Annoying. Okay. Let's go like node.grid. Yeah, so there's no image. So there's no way to like force it to be. There might be. I'll just have a quick Google and go like Bevy grid size. This grid tracks. I don't see anything here. There might be something, but I wouldn't know what to even look for to find it. So we're going to go with grid, and then we're going to say size, which is an I vec2. So that's going to, and then I guess that's it. Oh wait. So, and then cell size, which is then a vec2. Right, so this is like the number of cells and this is the cell size. And then so we have to make this a component, so derive component. And then we have to import, it's like fn update grid. And this needs to file like, I don't know, on screen resize. Resize size So window resized. Window resized, I think would be when the issue with firing it on window resized is that there's no way of you have to wait for it to compute the node. So it's more like we need to be like when does Bevy do that? Does it do it in one pass? We're going to run into all sorts of issues of being like, well, because actually all it does is update the size of the stretched tile, which then again shouldn't change all the time. Okay, so we're going to say like nodes. So we need to go like query. It's not even your size, maybe. I think. We need access to the grid. We need immutable access to your node. It's not actually what we need access. We need immutable access to your image node. Right. So you would do this, and then you would also like dot insert component, and that component is a grid. Also, we should probably rename that to insert. Yep, cool. So we have the grid, and then so the cell size is vec2 new 10 by 10 because it's the size of the like sprite, and then also the grid is the size is vec2 new. It was like 12. No, it was 24 by 12. Right. So this isn't going to do anything, and then when it runs, you have your plugin, right? Yeah, cool. So add systems grid. No, to pre-update, I think. I don't know when this sprite shit happens. So then we call update grid, and then it's like I wanted to have some kind of run condition to not have it constantly updating the grids if they're not changing. But I guess we can check the parent has changed or something. So we would need to be like contain containers. Wait, no, it's just self. So it's probably something like computed node, because I'm pretty sure the computed node is the stack index size. Provides the computed size and layout properties of the node. Fields in this struct are public but should not be modified under any, most circumstances. For example, if the scroll in a scroll bar, you may want to derive the handle size from the properties of the scroll bar contained in view. You can directly modify the computed node after layout at the handle size without any delays. Interesting. Okay, so thing with this is we want to take in its size. So we want to go, I guess, and then we can be like changed. Computed node, and then we go like for this. So this needs to be mutable for one thing, so that we can change stuff. But anyway, so we go, hey, mute this. So the size of you, that's not how that works at all. So we want to say that your we will be updating that, but it's more like let scale equal computed size dot size divided by grid dot size times by, wait, we just leave it like that, grid dot cell size. So first off, apparently you can only do square cells because of the small little like as vector. Right. So we do computed size, grid size divided by, so can I just get it to print it out for now? Print line set scale to scale. I guess we actually probably should also change it as well. So we make let is it sum? No, it's mode. It's like node image mode tiled equals else continue. So don't bother if the mode isn't tiled. We should actually be able to do like this, and then say, I think it's like a dot dot, right? No, how the fuck do you do it? The comma dot dot? Yeah, okay, so we're saying like only get this value out. It's the only one you actually care about, and then we can like dereference stretch value equals scale dot x dot min scale dot y. Take the lesser of the two. So you would then just want it to be 10. The cell size is 10. I guess we could give it the ability to do half sizes. It's not like it really makes that much of a difference. Adding that extra bit of flexibility of being like, you can make it 10.5 size. So that's made it just like one massive cell, because it set its stretch factor to 300. Okay. So clearly doing something wrong. Now my suspicion is that maybe it didn't change. No, I had to change. So can we print maybe size grid? So then we say computed dot size and grid dot size, and then my computer's being slow. What, like, no, apparently that's correct. We can just run this now. I want to see what it says, because it's not spamming it all the time, which means basically the computed node isn't constantly changing. And I'm curious if it's because it only ran once. It was like a computed size of 0. So no, it says its size is 700 and yep. Okay, so maybe the answer is so we compute this, and we want to say it's like so what if we divide by grid size instead of multiplying? That would make a little bit of sense, because then it's saying like One way it's doing it is making it saying like 300 times bigger, but it's like, well, actually, maybe it's supposed to be 3 times bigger. All right, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, 2, 4. Yeah, it's 8, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 8 by 16. How are you getting 8 though? I'm passing in 24 and 12. So you're a fucking order of magnitude too big. Scale should be computed size divided by grid size. That should spit out like, I don't know, whatever it should be, I guess. It's a little bit too big is the issue. So it said 30. Right. So which makes it 3. So if I said like 730 divided by 3. No. Yeah. So 3 is incorrect. So wait. 730 divided by 30. Maybe we just don't divide by grid size then? No. That would... We need to divide you by 30. What the hell is your scale then? Now we have to track down the fucking individual thing. So it's the first vertical. Your image node, wherever it is. Label. Where is your image? That first vertical. Oh, right. So we have the text. So the first vertical, then we have the text, then we have an image. So label, then an image. You have a grid, which is good to know. Name, node. Where's your image? Where is it? Oh, there. Image node. So you're stretching by 3.3, which is incorrect. Now, no, it's 3.03. Right. So it's like it's making it correct, but it's just correct, but off by like a lot. And it's different on those two, which makes me think that we actually should be grabbing the computed image node, not the image node size. What the fuck is an image node size then? Excuse me, image node. You require image node size. The size of the image's texture. This component is updated automatically. Well, apparently not, because it says 0. I should say 10, but anyway. So my thinking, first off, is your computed size. Apparently I don't get to see your computed size. Maybe this is wrong because when it recalculated it, it's messing with that. Or is it supposed to be... So we've got 3.03 and your stretch is 3.41. That made it even bigger. 7. 03 is definitely correct. Wait, you said not even 03. So 2, 4, 6, 8. So you're either 3. No, 03 or 04. Right. Yeah, sorry. I keep forgetting this divided by 10 and keep going like, oh yeah, 0.32. No, it's not. It's divided by 10. So it's close, but like it needs to be 2, right? Because that would give us 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2. So it being 2.04, it makes me think like maybe it needs to subtract. So because like it's scaling when the result equals double, which makes me go like, because the fact we're off by like exactly 50% makes me go like, if we said that you so if we did like this, that divided by that minus grid dot cell size divided by that. I'm not entirely sure why we need to remove the original size, but it's like the amount of additional space. It might actually be half the amount of additional space. I don't know. See, I feel like it mightn't work if the grid like at more than 2 or something like that. So like if we halve the grid size, it should then be a different number. Because I just can just barely in my mind see that what I'm actually supposed to be doing is subtracting this, dividing this, and adding half of that back. Like so, it's 1 plus half of that. So that we end up like with the correct number. So I guess because of like how the whole thing's working, we can actually just be like dot insert grid 10 and then do like 20. Do like okay, so it's cell size and then size, except we want to do like, let's say 12 by 6. So that should make each cell significantly bigger. And if this one's also wrong, then it means that we're not supposed to be subtracting 1. We're supposed to be like 1 plus half of the difference. And it just so happened that because 3 was the right number. Yeah, so you end up 5. So because that one works, it means that we've like specifically like picked a case, whereas this one is 5. And so how do we convert 5? So 60 to become the scale of 5, but we want the scale to actually be, so 2, 4, 5. So again, if we go back into this, I'm suspecting that the scale is going to be like 4 times or something. So at the moment we're at like 5 times, but it should probably be 4 times. Am I in the right place? We're in the second vertical image, and then we go image size, no, image node. Close that over that. So I reckon, so yeah, we're at 5. I reckon it's going to be 4. Wait, oh wait. 2, 4, 6. So it's 10 too high, which means that what we actually want is to say it's 1 plus and then like divided by that times by 2. So effectively we want 1. We want the scaling factor to be 1. The ratio minus the size, so 1, remove 1 from it, half the difference added on. So when we were getting 3, it would be 3 minus 1 is 2. I mean, technically, I think the more mathematically, yeah, it actually don't make any difference because it's the same number of calculations. But we could just do this bit, and then it's take 1, divide by 2, add 1. Or you divide by 2 and add a half. Divide by 2 out of half would also do it, because 3 divided by 2, 1.5 out of half. Yeah, okay. And that, I think, actually is less math. 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay, incorrect then. You've also somehow managed to put that thing behind again, so I can't get to it. Hello? Fuck you. I'm so annoyed that that's now ended up behind. What did it convert to? We need to actually like print out what the scale was, I guess. The other thing to check before I do that is rerun it, because it's will rerun much faster if I don't change anything. And then we're going to say scale. Yeah, cool. Thank you, scale. I haven't got my thing open. Cool. So drop about 1% of frames. I feel so annoyed at that. New. Okay. So you're 2, 4, 6, 7. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. You're still 12. So you're out by a weird amount. I don't know what it's supposed to be out by. Is it half this number plus 1? No. So that's what I'm saying. Technically, from what my understanding is of what I'm doing, the number, half the number plus 1. What's, so subtract that, divide by 2. I don't know how many were 7, and I'm ending up a little bit too wide. What number am I getting? You are not. Wait, no, you are getting 2. And did I compute that 2 was the correct number to give you? No, 2 is the correct number for you. You should be 4. Wait, right? Yeah. You should be 4. So 3 to 2 is half add half. So you would be half add a third. That's why I was adding 1 back on. Because it's 2.5. So you're also not entirely perfect, but that's fine. So how does 60 become 40? Because I can't really do anything to you to make you smaller. Like I don't think this is changing. Like it's not like it's computing the wrong size at some point and then getting an error when it comes back. Why? So we need to somehow work out how to convert 73 into 2. Okay, the 73 divided by 2. So 730 divided by 2 gives us 365. Now, how do I turn? Okay, so wait, when we do like 730 divided by 4 gives 128. How do I turn 12 and 128? We like say like 12 times 1.5. 12 times 1.5 gives us 18. So 73 divided by 18 gives us 4. Okay, and so what if he did 24 times 1.5? 24 times 1.5 gives us 36, and then we say 730 divided by 36 gives us 2. Okay. So you are, in fact, actually that times 1.5? Divided by that? So weird. Honestly, to get rid of another division, you'd just say times by that. I wonder if the AI was already doing that. The compiler was already doing that. So that should give us the correct numbers. I don't know why it's 1.5 though. That doesn't quite add up in my head. Why it would be 1.5 times what we want it to be. But both numbers summed up. 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. All right. We can make really big grid and like maybe a really small grid and see if they also still line up perfectly. Character creation. And then we kind of need to move on to the character creation, like next step. So now we can get rid of this bit. We just say you're divided by that. We go up here and we go, hey, can we say that like dot insert grid grid. Let's just say new. We'll add a new thing and we'll say it's we want what 3 no 6 3 yeah 6 3 10 and so we're gonna just go like simple new. Also fuck it vec no vec2. I'm gonna say like why bother converting it to a vec2 every time width height cell. So you can do half cells, which I guess would also be a very good test to be like, is this working properly? Is to, instead of doing a really big thing, let's say that this one gets to be like a half size. So we're going to say grid cells is you're actually like 3 and a half grid cells high. Now, annoyingly, I don't know if that'll work because I think you have to be like 7 then. 7 and 3.5 because you still have to keep the aspect ratio. Otherwise, it'll because we're scaling it wrong. Sure. So you're 12, and then this one's the actual correct one, which is 24 by 12 by 10. Okay. So let's run this, and hopefully we end up with the correct cell sizes. Doop, doop. Right, so we ended up with 3 by 6, and then this one is 3.5 by 7. So yeah, I'd say that we've got the math correct. I don't know why this one wraps around. It must have an enter or something in the text. Do I just have like a new line stuck somewhere? No. Must just be big enough to wrap something. It's just odd that it goes a little bit further. Maybe it's spacing. Alright. So, and we're going to modify the grid. It's just like let g equals we'll just like const grid equals grid, which is a grid equals Sure, we do that. I'm pretty sure we can just make this const because const. Right? Yeah, this is const. And then we just pass in grid everywhere we do that. Where was the next one? Apparently, I just can't see them. The fuck? My brain just glosses over them like they don't exist. This is why this needs to be tidied up so that it's not just such a big fucking wall of text. Alright, so we set that, and that should set all the grid sizes to the correct grid sizes. I know I'd have to keep checking to make sure the stream's not dead because the fucking internet is shit. We go play, we go no, we go hey look grids. So I think one way to fix that text thing would be to snap the grids to the bottom. Because that would fix the text being weirdly like positioned. Also, maybe that's why you're doing it, is because I told you you're a fucking grid layout. That would maybe explain why it's in a different position somewhat. Okay, so we have the grid, we're spawning the grid. So I guess it's like kind of one of those fun things with the chaining stuff, I guess. So we have this vertical, we have this, and we say label, and we say image. So we add this stuff to the image. I'm curious if I can, when I call image, it returns self. An additional call will overwrite what self is. So I guess what we would do is we would say, you go like, hey, label. And then you would say, let box or grid equals menu.image and then dot children. I also need to make your node like a layout node, but I'm going to say dot children. So when you go to menu builder, wherever the hell menu builder is, menu builder, you need a new thing down here called children. Which returns just a new menu builder, because the idea is that it's at self.last, and that sets that as the root node, and all so things that target last, like adding a component or editing a component, but things that spawn additional things target the root. So saying children will give you a new builder that targets the root. Now, it's a little bit annoying because again, there's no way to return to a thing once you've dropped. Like I can get back to this one by dropping this one, but I can't once I touch menu again. I don't think I can get back to here. Might be able to get back to here though. Also, it's not that. It's an A pick. So apparently I didn't make you mutable. Temporary value dropped. Oh, the vertical turns in. Okay, so picks. So we call vertical, and then we say apex.update components and spawn the label. Right, apex this cannot borrow mutable multiple times. You then call label, which returns mutable self. So you are here, and you call vertical, right? Well, presumably I don't actually need to do that. Where I can once I call children, they become children of this thing. Cannot immutably. Yeah, but you don't mutate it, do you? You take in self mute. Calls image is all they're all self mute. Oh, because you're a menu builder now, right? That's what's going on. It changed types when I stopped calling. We have to call a vertical because that stops it from being dropped. So these picks become the vertical. Then we update the component. I think I could theoretically chain it because once you get to children, it does its own thing. So like we call vertical. We're going to be like update a spawn the label, and then be like do the image, and then you go all the way and go, hey, children. So that's that thing. So we have you, and we have you, and then we say let mute grid equals this with the children, and then we go for attribute in so it's like crate creatures traits. Damn it, attributes is private. Right. Ironically, I think actually we want to take attributes from here and go, hey, this is like mod crate creatures. We want to be like, well, first off, character creation is almost certainly where this wants to be. So we like attributes, because the idea is you can only pick attributes. Fine. We're gonna make a submodule mod attributes. Right. This is becoming its own submodule because I'm going to need to like global import this shit, and I really don't feel like filling my main namespace up. So use crate creatures traits. So that gives us access to attributes. We also have to like use super. That. Right, so that should bring in all that stuff, and then this is just bitching because cannot find value strong in scope. Excuse me? You mean you can't find value strong in scope? Did I not bring them in? Like traits? Every single one of them? Are they all fucking private? This is why I made this a fucking pub. That's why you do it as a macro. You can just change them all at the same goddamn time. All right, thank you. So then we go attributes. Attribute iter. And then we go, hey, okay, so this is like the attribute thing, and we go grid.spawn, and then we need to give it a bundle, so it's going to be a name. New so we go to attributes here, and we go enum iter, and then we're going to go strum macro static into static stir, and then go attribute dot I guess we go like let name equal attribute dot into where you're a static stir. Thank you. And then we just say name like so. Let's just spawn all the names. I feel like we need to do with them things like children gives us our grid, but then like as I just did here, spawn is we'd kind of want to go like, I guess it doesn't need to be spawned, does it? We can just say like a grid dot image. So your image source is UI. So So it's like UI/skill.png. We could like preload it, but I didn't actually care to preload it. Maybe we should let skill icon equal asset server load skill, and then we say, hey, just give reference to skill icon. So we say image skill icon dot. We can label it dot children dot label name. That should work. We do need to check to see if it's positive or negative. But it should just spawn all of them, I think. I hope. I definitely need some kind of way of like defining like a layout or a like a shape of thing that you can pass in. Hey. I don't think it quite did what I expected it to do. So I guess the first thing to do is reformat the git grid to actually be a grid. I don't know what the fucking grid's doing, but it's certainly not acting like a grid. Also, what are they like? So we want to say that you because I think you can also specify the size of an item. So you could be like, hey, it's a grid. And then we would specify, I guess, that the grid, because what are they? They're like 2 by 2, 6. So we'd say it's 1 by 3, because there's no need to actually like give it exactly the same calculation, because I think all that does is slow down the compute, making the numbers bigger. It actually doesn't do anything. So we do need to say like, hey, this image here, we need to say, when we update your node, you are a node.grid display equals grid. No, display grid. So that will make you a flexbox grid. Okay. And then we need to do additional stuff. So again, this is where I really wish I could fucking turn this into like a thing that I could do. Like, for example, how would I even go about this? So I would have to go to like UI and go to like menu. There's a menu manager, so it'd be in the builder. So the builder would get like a style component, I guess. Be like menu, menu ID. Okay, first up, removing that mod menus. Actually no, wait, yeah, you're right. Like, let's keep it as compact as we can. So redo that, create that. Thank you. Menus gets mod main fucking menu. Right. Then you lose main menu, because I keep opening main menu when I'm trying to get to things inside of the menu. You don't have a main menu anymore. The main menu is stored inside that, and then something else is going to complain about the main menu not existing. So we're going to cut this away, and then we're going to come back to menus. I guess we make this like fucking that. And we go, hey, what are you complaining about? Because it's menus. Spawn main menu. Thank you. So we have menu, which is menu controls, like the actual implementation, and then the menus is the actual fucking physical menus. I do feel like you should maybe mod in there, but anyway. So technically this is like the manager. So the question is, does it go in the menu builder? Probably. Yeah, I'm going to say... So when I call spawn, because I think that's what they all have to do. They all have to call spawn. So the way I would do it. So first off, we should probably commit whatever we've got. So basic screen. Basic skill screen. I make git commits when I'm about to try and break shit, which is terrible. But anyway, it's the idea of being like when I go, oh fuck, I'd actually like to how it was before, I could just revert. But I never do. But you know, about having that as an option. Okay, so menu builder. Yes, menu builder. So this is the actual menu builder. So then we're gonna have like a new module, and I'm gonna put it at the top because I like that idea. Mod menu styler. Right. So like it's going to be like just a pub struct menu style. And then it's just going to be honestly probably just a lookup table. Like it'd just be like a hash like map. It'd be like hash map. And then it's going to be like type ID, and then box FN I have to return something like a boxed component, maybe, I don't know. Reflect dyn reflect component. That feels odd. Use Bevy prelude. So the way that this menu style I want it to work is I want to be able to like configure a menu or configure something, and then we can call the menu styler. The menu styler will check something and then apply the fucking menu rules. So it needs to be something else. It just needs to be some kind of fucking arbitrary function that can return something. Anyway, box dyn reflect is probably the smartest thing at the moment. Now, my annoyance is that we kind of want to the menu builder, when we call spawn, we say, hey, as long as it implements bundle, and then we pass it in. The issue with this is that we're going to run into like conflicts. So I need to somehow be like button with and then override a bunch of shit. How the hell am I going to do that? There, something was wrong there. So we have to bring in import type ID from S to D any. So first off, we need to be like impl menu style. Excuse me. AI, what the fuck did you do? All right, FN. We're gonna have contains right, and this is going to be T component, and this returns a boolean, and it takes in self, and then this just says self.map.contains type ID of T. Right. Does it have an override for said component? And this needs to be public so that other things can use it. Right. Now, here's where the annoying part comes in. Because what if we said, you have a function that takes in a pointer, because that's what I kind of want. I want a function that takes in a point, like a type erased pointer, and just says, hey, this function needs to take in basically like two components, and describes how to merge them. So we need you to have like a pub and apply, right, which takes in T component and returns well, actually, you just take in mute. So you take in self and mute T. Component. Right, so I don't want it to be a reflect. I mean, it could be a reflect. I just want it to be like overrides and shit like that. So it just needs to be some kind of really dangerous shaped thing. So it needs to be like a box to an FN. Well, actually, why don't you just be like FN mute dime any. I feel like I should just do this with pointers. It seems like it would be much easier to do this with pointers. Can I just be like, you need to give me a function that can take in two of the same type. What if I just said it takes in two mutable dime reflects? Because then you can obviously like cast reflect down. Well, no, again, it doesn't. I don't want to take in this function. I want it to be a function that I can call and pass in two pointers. Anyway, so we're gonna say add style. Which is, I guess, going to take in, a component, and it's going to take in the style, which is going to be a style FT. It doesn't even need to be that. It like literally just has to be like just one. It has to take in a mute f of t. Right. And then in here, I'm going to say that we convert this, which maybe needs to be fn, like big fn. But we're going to say that you are self.map.insert type of self t, except we are going to say that this is a function that takes in item and then I guess we will move. So you are going to take in a reference to this, and then we're going to say, I guess you have to be a function that takes in this and returns a result, an option. I guess I'm going to go like a boolean then. Just whether it works. So if let some item equals item dot downcast mute into T. L. Right. So maybe we should have a enum style error. Wrong. Down. Cast failed. Right. So let's type item downcast else return error. So it's going to be like you actually return a result style error. So we're going to say style error downcast failed. To do. I just needed to stop throwing errors so that I can make sure that my typing's correct. Okay, so now we have a mutable T, and then this took a mutable T. So then we just say style item. And we just return okay. Mismatched type, apparently. What are you expecting? Expected function pointer found closure. Okay, so you're a boxed FN. Is that how that works? I don't remember how the FN trait works. What? Boxed dine boxed function, and then we box that. Okay, this feels dodgy as all hell, but sure. So map hash map type ID. So you say, hey, apply component T. So then in button, we can say like, well, button not so as easy because button stupid. Because I'm using this button and that button does shit. Anyway, we'll do it with image then. So we're gonna say, can we give like image? Image builder needs to have a FN image with style, which takes in image self, an image source, a style, which is actually a reference to a menu style, and it goes something along the lines of let handle get handle. So first up to do, just to make it shut up. Okay, so you're telling me that menu style is not in yet, so we're going to just say import menu style. So then we're going to go let, well, I guess if let sum node equals styler dot okay, so it's more like, oh, so why am I doing it here? This is not the right place to apply style. You do it up here. So you spawn all this stuff. You pass in the node stuff. Interesting. So what we would want to do, again, for this to work properly, is to go So we go like fn image node with style. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, I guess let handle. Well, it's not even that. It's let image equal image node image image dot get default. Right. Then we go if I guess I need you mutably. If style dot contains image node style dot apply image. Okay, so we apply the image, and then we say, I'm a bit concerned about being like node, so it's going to be like if style dot contains node else. So we're going to like let entity equal spawn. So spawn the image, right? Because that's what you do. You call spawn image, and then we return self. Right, and we go here and we say, hey, if this thing happens to have a node styled in, we don't apply a style at all. So I'm just going to say style dot apply. We have to get let node equal node default style dot apply node, and then we say entity dot insert node. So the annoying thing about this is we have to actually check to see, like the image node is responsible to see if the style has said styling, but you can always just do that kind of stuff. I'm thinking of adding rules so that you can say like if it doesn't have one, don't do it. But anyway, so that should mean that we can make like an image with style. Something like that. So then we go back to our character creator and we go, here. So you are doing the grid stuff. You're the image, and this image needs its node to be set to this. So we're going to say let mute style grid style equals grid equals menu. So it's a crate UI menu menu menu. So we pull in menu builder, but apparently menu builder doesn't re-export menu style, maybe. Right, pub use menu style. We go here, we go, hey, menu menu style default. So my idea, because at the moment we can only override nodes, but I want to be like, you can actually override different, like you can have a whole bunch of styles packed in, and somehow it knows, kind of getting a bit complicated, but it would know what style it is. Maybe the menu builder gets given a style. And so the idea is that like, we're at menu styler, so we need to have you derive default. It's kind of dangerous code, but anyway. No, I guess not, because like the only way to add a style So adding a style does this. So applying a style takes in a component T. Annoyingly, we have to turn the component T into reflect. Then we say we go like self. Right, actually, we should probably just print line. Print line, applying styling like that. So then we can go back to our character creator and go, hey, so we have this grid style, and then we go grid style dot add style. And the style is going to be node. So this adds a style for a component, right? Yeah, where component. Yep. And then we just say apparently it's %100 aspect ratio to display equals grid. I guess the real trick would be the rest of them get set to display equals grid. Well, I guess we can just get rid of this and we go image with style and then go like grid style. So you don't like this because you don't know what this type is. So we go mute node. Okay. So when I run this, only the first one should be affected. It should check and try and spawn it, and it should just say that it's doing it and then not actually do it. So we can actually see what the difference is between whether it's actually applying the style or whether it's just doing something else. Then I'll take a quick break to grab a snack and go to the bathroom and stuff. Because just, yeah. Anyway, play, new. Right. So it said applying style to node. So the node's not here, and it says it applied the style. Okay, cool. So the last thing to do to call the styling working, again, it's kind of dodgy, but it's just about like not having to change everything a million times. I can just declare the style once and then pass the style in. And in theory, in future, I'll expand the style to take in like a marker saying like image button, like what the style is for. And so then the different things can pull out different styles depending on what it is. So you can configure a whole bunch of different styles, and also maybe like a depth thing or something. So you can like configure different stuff, like image text can be like its own, or image label can be its own thing. And you know, like a bunch of styles like heading and stuff like that, where it's like they're different hash maps. So when we call apply, we call this, okay, so the first thing we have to do is if let some apply fn equals self dot map dot get. Right. Self dot map dot get. So type ID of ID. No style found for component type name. This is the great thing about generics, is that I can just do that and get the type name. I don't actually have to like make sure you pass it in. So we're gonna say if let else error apply fn failed to apply style for component style type name error, and then style this doesn't invoke it. So we go down here and we go hello, please derive debug and also derive this error and say failed to downcast component. Apparently we're not using this error in our primary crate, which is this error. So failed to downcast component. This is a bug. It means somewhere I am manually inserting a style or applying or calling it they call it like thumps or something. It's so the idea being that like because the only way to insert a style is by calling add style, and that doesn't actually take in the generic, and the only way to call apply is with the T. So the only way to ever get here would be to have changed the type ID from when you added it and when you removed it, which, you know, shouldn't be able to be happened. Now we could include like the type name. But I don't actually care. Because that's the idea. It's like you are trying to apply it to a component, so it should only be applied to a component. We call apply, I think. Menu builder, menu styler. So we downcast it, then we call style, and then in apply we get the apply function, and then we call the apply function. It worked? Well, it turned it into a grid. So it did something. I can't see the grid because it's full of other shit, but I guess the question becomes, I kind of picked the worst possible one to apply it to. But, so the idea is, now, when we say, hey, let grid update component, so where's the other one? It's here. So when we say grid somewhere, the vertical label image update component U. So instead of doing this, we can say dot comma with no, it's image with style, grid style. The other thing, which apparently I forgot to do on this other grid, maybe that's why it disappeared. No, because we're calling it here, is we should be able to get rid of this and this, because again, more of the reason why we're doing the applying the styling is we can go here and we can say grid style.add style image, which is a mute image node, and then we come in here and we say image dot image mode equals node image mode filed true. That's not it, but true stretch value 1. Okay. So so we should maybe have like they should be called different things, maybe like there's add style and update style, so or apply style and update style. So I want it to be able to be like, I want to also be able to configure you to insert certain components with certain values on certain things, like basically a way of describing a UI. But anyway, we'll work on that later. So grid, okay, right, we're restarting it to see if it worked, because I kind of picked the one that was already filled with crap. Now the issue with this is I don't, no, the second one's not spawn styled, so it doesn't matter. So it still looks the same, which implies that the spawning the styling is actually applying the styling. Awesome. We need to fix whatever's wrong with those, but you know, little steps. All right, so character creation. Yeah, character creation. So we can get rid of it on all of these too. So this and all of this. Yep, okay. Everything that comes after the spawning of the image. So we can just say image with style. And then you're the same image with style, and then we remove all that. All right, so we've greatly reduced this. Now, theoretically, we would need to do something. I don't know how you'd go about adding stuff, but we'll work on that later. So again, I can reduce all of this by applying different things. I'm interested in knowing, because of the fact that like we can give it a style. We could also give it like a style override, which means that we could like effectively say that the menu manager, not menu manager, the menu builder can be like given a menu styling, and then like as you like do things like insert and remove, like it can use its internal styling. So the idea is you don't have to keep calling with style unless you're actually overriding the base style. So then like the idea is that you could insert it right at the beginning and then be like, actually I need you from now on to update this style. That'd be interesting, but I don't know how you'd go about. I guess the menu thing would have to keep track of the, like where it is, and then you would keep something like the rules about like when a style is applied. That seems like it's getting a bit complicated, a bit messy. I mean, it would probably work quite well, but I was thinking you could go like button, like how's it work? Like CSS, where it's like if you say button dot button, it like the more specific the it gets applied, I guess, last in this particular case. So it's like it applies each of them in the order that it finds them based on their ranking. Because they override is the other thing. It's good to interesting. So we add those two styles. The other thing that would be nice would be the grid overstyling. So thing is that these attributes, which we spawn with the skill icon with children label text, what the hell are you doing to these images? So like we can go like new like skill underscore style equals equals create style new, and then we go down here and we go so we go let skill style no, first off you need to be mutable. Skill style. So we go skill style dot add style. So then it would be like node mute node. So here we say that you, if we look at our reference, can fit 4 across. So we would say node dot width equals val percent 0.2 25, and height apparently also 25. I don't think that's correct, but anyway, you can fit 2, 4, 6. So 100 divided by 6. Okay, and then we go like spawn image with style. The children, which is this grid, I guess it's all the grids, isn't it? Well, apparently this is the actual grid. Oh yeah, this is the vertical. Yeah, got it. So, right, yeah. So this grid, we on the image with the style. So it's the image. The image is what we get the children of. So the image. Okay. So the image it needs to be a grid layout, which it is. So each of those, I think there's a way you can be like We're setting the size of them correctly here. So we set it to 25% of the width and 1/6 the height. And then we can like say node.grid. There's a thing about like you can specify like the size they are in the grid. I just don't remember how to do it. Grid autoflow, or grid columns, grid rows. So we do need to specify that, I guess, in here. So we say like node.grid auto grid columns. This is placement. Grid template column, template row. So grid auto flow equals grid auto flow row. Okay. I have to place by filling each row in turn, adding new rows as necessary. Okay. Node.grid auto row. So how the fuck is it? So it defines the size of implicitly created rows. Rows are created implicitly when grid items are given explicit placement that are outside the bounds of the rows explicitly created using grid template rows. Okay, sure. Node.grid template row equals grid template repeated grid track bit content percent repetitions 4 and limit 25. Right? I think that's correct. Don't know. I want to say that's like why it's repetitions percent. So creates fit content repetitions track with percentage limited. Unless that's saying it's not allowed to take up more than 25% of the parent, but I can't imagine that's the case. Okay. So now they're all going that way. Which is fun. Well, we need to give them like an aspect ratio. Well, we could just give them a height. Oh, they're probably of their container, which is annoying. That's why it's so small, is because it's 1/6 its container instead of 1/6 the actual. Where were we here? Is that because of this? Well, I've still set them to 25% width. It did say bit content. So if I turn this off, turn this off, like now we're not styling the node at all. Yeah, I need to run to the bathroom and grab something to eat. All right. I will be back. I gotta, do that fun stuff. Okay, but but I think I'm going in the wrong direction. It's part of what's wrong here. Is that I think I said rows, and it actually should be columns. Maybe. I should probably also give the columns one as well. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got 4, but it's not 4 that way. It's 6 that way. Wait a minute. So columns, repeat, 6. Oh, you're not. It's probably with a limit of 25% means that it took up. It seems like it took more than 25%, but anyway. No. Group. Template. Columns. Limit 25. 100 divided by 6. I wonder if this will work. Okay, so there are 4 of them. They, again, are somehow taking up more space than I've actually given them, but there's 6 of these. So, what have I done wrong? That's the real question. I don't think I'm overwriting anything. So, give me a limit of 25%. I mean, theoretically, I can just tweak the values in this thing and like just see what it does. So it's the first vertical node. So flex. Okay, maybe it's not you then. Must be the image. Name. No. So your grid. Bounding box position relative. So your width is 100%, which is confusing to me in that I don't know how they're extending past the end of the but I do kind of want to like color find your background color and fill it in so I can actually see where this node extends to, because maybe it's the image doesn't actually go all the way. Background color. It needs to be not transparent, thank you. The answer is apparently it doesn't have a background color, which makes me think that maybe slightly confusing. What if we go up to your parent? And we said, well, my assumption is actually no, that's probably correct in that that's implying, yeah. So it's perfectly covering its background. Like it is completely filling it, so there's no background to see. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure why the so node height, width, margin, flex direction row. Flex, okay, row and column I don't think changes anything because I think that's part of like because they're in a grid. So there are 6 repetitions. Okay, auto row, grid template rows, grid template columns. Count 6. Max size function. Minimum size function. Okay. My question is, how do I have more than it should be able to fit? Actually, I think it's probably pretty obvious. So apparently this isn't doing shit. That's maximum size. It's unclear why. I guess because I'm not adding them, they're not going to remove. But start, end, span, end. Well, apparently they're not reflected. That's interesting. Grid, order of rows. Fit content percentage. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Minimum size function. Excuse me. What? Okay, so max count 4. And I guess max count 6. Does that make it work? Probably. I guess then the issue would be that like it wouldn't necessarily fit the content, but like we can like change those boxes to be the right size, maybe. Okay, so it's making them too small, but again, it's because I'm not setting a minimum size, I'm setting a maximum size. I'm overfilling it. I'm also unclear why they're allowed to be bigger than the so it's got to be something that we can set in here that will let it make them stretch to fit whatever. I think it's something you can configure on the node or whatever. Actually, probably not used for the image. And then again, we go into node and we go something about items. Align items, justify items. Justify items, stretch. Justify, align item, stretch. Align self, stretch? No. Whatever. Align content, stretch. Align content, stretch. No. Okay. I mean, I guess we can go to the thing and like reset and say, hey, like the 25%. Your width is 25% and your height's 0.6. It seems to have overwritten it is what's annoying me about that. Like, even though I set that, they're still getting like repositioned by the parent. I also don't think there's any way I can own 2 copies of something. Oh, don't tell me it's gonna fucking start doing this again. It's my fucking application. Stop telling me I'm not allowed to run it. Okay, so that made them like way smaller. Oh, because I bet it's making them of of their parent. So that needs to just be set to auto or stretch or whatever it is. Fucking okay. I do want you to have like an aspect ratio. No dot aspect ratio equals sum. Right. So width. So 3/2. 6/2. All right. That's just an aspect ratio of 3. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. So annoyingly, what seems to be happening. So if I made them smaller, apparently it doesn't push the other ones out. I don't quite get the maximum count size. Max count, which is just max count. It's not making that much sense to me why it's like just not working. And then my fucking thing's coming in again and being like, nope, you're not allowed to do that. So if I like resave, are you gonna like recompile? Kind of funny that that actually worked. Okay, no. So it made them much bigger. Why did it make them bigger though? I feel like it's got to be like the text font is doing something, but like making them have an aspect ratio. Why are they taking up more space than they're allowed to? Like they should just be smaller. Why does it not understand the concept of only taking up a quarter of the fucking width? Well, I guess that's that's something I can check. Is like, what does it actually think 100 fucking % is? Down here, you've said that you're just maximum count, minimum size. Okay, your maximum size is fit percentage 25. Apparently, maximum size does jack shit. Min content. Minimum size is percentage 25. Oh. That implies that you think, yeah, it does. Look how big you think 100% is. Why do you think that's 100%, you little bastard? So you think 100% there. Which means that for some reason, this image, if I set its background color, theoretically it should fill the whole thing. It won't, but like it should, in theory, fill like the entire thing to the width there. That's why they're not lining up properly, is because they think that this is the edge of their fucking content, is here. Who the fuck's the one that's too big then? I don't understand that one. You go on like one layer too big. So this is the screen. Apparently I can't set the background color because that background color is just wrong. Okay, fair enough. So your background color. You don't cover the fucking whole thing, so why does it ignore it? Why does your grid ignore the background size? Why do you get to take the whole fucking grid? Honestly, we could probably just fuck the whole grid system off because I know how big it is, and they'll just say that they're fucking flex. UV flex. I guess I can just leave the grid stuff there for if I work that out later. And we just come down here and we say, hey, your aspect ratio is this. Your node dot width is 100%. Wait, what? No, 25%. It seems to be miscalculating the fucking width somehow. I don't know how, but it is, and it's annoying me. Oh, look, it's gone back to fucking being like... Okay, first off, we actually need to tell them to flex. So, not you, you. Node dot flex wrap. Node dot flex direction equals flex direction column. Okay. So that's correct, which means if I just pop down here, for some reason their width is stupidly high. I don't know what it's doing. Well, most of it seems to be that it's like spacing them text distance apart. We can set their maximum size. Not you, it's you, and then you, and then node is flex. Where is it? Wrap. There we go. So they are pushing some text off of the end, and I find that interesting because I think the text is its own thing. So I think I can just tell the text to be centered and whatnot. So I do feel like the style possibly needs to have some kind of way of indicating like a path. The issue is I don't want like hash maps because it's, again, probably not going to be that slow simply because you're not fucking with UI that much, but it just seems unnecessary. So we add a label and then we're going to be like dot update component, and the updated component is it's node. I'd like the updated component to be node. Thank you. So you come here. Wait, no, wait. It's just we want to insert and then be like text positioning layout. Justified center. What was the other one? Line break is like line break. Word or character. I'm just curious if they're whatever they're using to do that will be smart enough to line break on capital letters in the middle of words. Like, does it detect camel case as word breaks? Probably not. Can only imagine it's just using basic white space. Checking to be like, oh, there's a word. Okay. So at the very least, it's wrapping around. We need to make the font just slightly smaller. Now, my annoyance is that, like, yeah, as we make the text automatically smaller. Also, I thought I told you to be centered to text. Now my OBS is disconnecting and reconnecting. God damn it. Please don't do this to me. Why now? I fucking hate it. What's it doing? So that's the text break. And then we want to say font. There's something font. Text font? I also don't know how to make the text centered up and down. I think it's something you apply to you and be like, no.align. Is it like align children? Align item? So, good. Flexbox containers set default cross and node dot justify content equals center alignment in the main axes, and then this is in the cross axes, and then we say font weight font weight. So that's, I guess I don't care. All right, so there's a handle to the font, the specific font face to use as a handle of the font. Yeah, if a font is not specified, then the default font feature is enabled. Yep. Vertical height of the represented with in for altered in pixels. If multiplied by the weight scale factor, guys, but not the text entity transform or camera projection. A new font atlas is generated for every combination of font handle and scale font size, which can have a strong performance impact. Okay. Weight. How thick, bold strokes the font are. Font weight can be any value between 1 and 1,000, inclusive. Only support weight fonts. Okay. Okay. I don't know how to like make the font, because obviously like fucking we get to change the font size, but the issue with changing the font size is that it becomes one of those I want the font size to be determined by the amount of space available, not which I feel like there's a way to do, but then again maybe not. I may have to turn them into things. All right, so that made the font small enough to fit both sets of fonts in. Everything now fits. I'm a little bit confused about why you're wrapping earlier. We must be going this way. Strong, yeah. Okay, so we're flexing in the wrong direction. That's fine. So you should flex row first. Oh, okay. So flex direction is like fill the row. I was thinking like go a row at a time. I also need that font style thing to stop doing whatever the fuck it was doing. Not you. Wait, that's yep. So I wish I could have 2 copies of a fucking commands. Interesting. Button. Menu mute. Completely forgot what I was doing. Think about a style. Menu style. Somewhere it prints that it's doing it. Oh, there. Don't do that, please. Now, since we do actually check if the font exists, that makes sense. All right, we check to see if the font exists. We check. No, we have to. Yeah, we have to manually check a style to see if it does something, which technically means we can like style this and then also style the text. So we can like. I guess not really. Like we could do it, but like we'd have to. We're already inserting them manually. I don't have currently a way of. Well, actually, no, because we could make the label do that. So if I like cut these, I could just go to the style and say like skill style dot add style. What was its layout? Or like text is mute text layout. Oh, damn it. Anyway, we can fix that. Text.justify equals centered text dot line break equals word boundary. Then we say skill style dot that stuff. Apparently that's not the correct thing. It must be like line break word or character boundary. Right. And then we say you add style, and then you're like font. And it's like a new font. What was it? Font something. Text font. Text font. Then we just say like font dot font size equals 12. Cool. So then we do the same thing where we're going to go modify style, not style, the label instruction to basically check to see if you've specified it. And if you've specified, then it will use. So you. I guess it's like pub label with style, and then it's like, hey, menu style, and then like no, text equals text. I don't think you can apply anything to the text, so text can just equal text. Thank you. So entry is spawn text, and then it's like, hey, if it contains node, I guess apply the node stuff. It's more like if style dot contains text layout, and if style dot contains text font, and it's just text new. That should let those be done much more easily. And then go back to you, and we go you, and we go, hey, label. So we want like label with style, and then like skill style. So that should render the font correctly now. I do feel like the style just needs to be expanded like a lot, but Okay. So we go, good, no, and they go, hey, look, it spawns. And then, what the? Why is it cutting them off like that? Oh god, don't tell me I turned something on that I shouldn't have. The fact that they're all exactly 4 letters tells me that I've done something stupid, but anyway. So image, go to the first image and go width label, and we go, excuse me, you wouldn't happen to have font hint. Text. The text actually says strong, so it is cutting it off. Line break, no wrap. So that's causing it to wrap for some reason. Fuck you. The answer is no wrap. What about one of the longer ones? I have no idea which one this one is, so fun. Text font, text color, boundary. So I guess text color is another thing we can set. Word boundary, botany. Okay, botany is not going to help. So if that's botany, it's lockpicking electrical. Right, label. Text layout. Word or character. Word boundary. No wrap. Okay. No wrap breaks the whole fucking thing. Word boundary. Any character. Word or character. No wrap. And I don't know why no wrap breaks it, but like word boundary doesn't. So word boundary it is. Okay. Not sure why. I guess no wrap must remove like it's part of the positioning logic. So it just doesn't position the text. So what's it? It's word boundary. Okay. So that's another thing to add to styling is we need to check if style dot contains font text color. Now we can color the text. So the text is white on all of them, so it doesn't actually matter. Now they do have these little like bumpy bumps to tell you how many points they cost, but I don't know if it's worth grabbing like the extra effort it would take to render that. Which is render the cost, maybe, I don't know. It would probably actually be easier to render the dots, but anyway. So we're gonna say for attribute in attributes, I guess we go well here, right? Like so text. It says text style, node style. So I don't think we do anything to the image here because we had the node. Yeah, we're not actually updating the image, which is good because we can go like skill style dot add style. And then it's like image, and then it's image node, and then we say image dot. Well, the color is just color white. So maybe don't bother. But down here, I'm going to set it to red. We don't want it too dark of a red, so I'm thinking like maybe 0.5, 0.4, 0.4. I think maybe like a nice light red. So we're going to say here, we're going to go, no, it's here, we paste this in after we spawn the cons. Again, it's still very clunky to do all this stuff. So skills. So for attribute in attributes, I need to do all of this stuff and then be all like dot children. Yeah, so you don't like that because you wait, what? How am I meant to be? Oh, because I'm probably using it down here. Yeah. So I guess this would be acons. Well, the name stays the same. Acons. So you can't borrow you immediately, and then it's saying, yeah, temporary value dropped. Okay. We do that, and then we say let new grid equals I guess it's like acons dot. Okay, first up, do this bit. Is that how it works? There's like a whole sequence of events you have to do this in, which is a little bit like, yeah, so we have to like do the vertical, and then we have to, on the vertical, mute. And then after that, we can do everything else. So we have to like let grid equal. And you do all this stuff, and you go, hey, and then, you know, grid. Here's the children, and then we, well, we age immutably too. Then we say down here, we say grid. Yeah, so then we image with style, and we spawn in all those. And then we go, lovely jubbly. So this is, I guess, just a check to see that the red works, because it should just spawn all of them but red. Okay. They should also probably be buttons and not images, but well, they should be buttons with images, but anyway, new. Okay, so they're all red. It's a far too dark of a red, is what I'm concluding from that. It should be a much, much more vivid red. Now, my curiosity is, is it because I made it grey? Like I muted the red by not making it a pure red. I can't imagine that's the problem, because surely that would, like, you know, or is it 0? Like, if we did make it pure red, is it going to make it like a nice vivid red, or do I need to actually make a new version and have it be blue and then red? Probably, to be honest. It needs to be like a grayscale image that I tint. It kind of works, but yeah. So the only thing to do would be like make the color more vivid in the in GIMP here. Make this like basically black and white, so that like when I tint it, it tints to like the color I expect. Yeah. Anyway, that's a later problem. Now we need to make sure that we only end up with the good ones in the good spot and the bad ones in the bad spot, which is going to be really, really easy to do because I'm trying to spawn all of them in both spots. So you just go if let cost equal attribute dot cost. Well, this is a really fast function, so we should be like if cost less than equal to 0, continue. At attribute dot cost. Cost is private. Oh no. Anyway, if attribute dot cost is greater than or equal to 0, continue. Ironically, that means that you could theoretically make some attributes that are, you know, anyway, well, that's probably not the best way because that'll just put pub everywhere. Okay, so pub cost, pub insert, pub remove, and pub conflicts. Okay. So that should mean that we only have them on the correct side now. Okay, that apparently translates to it crashes the fuck because not yet implemented. What the hell did I call? Oh, right. Yes, that would also that would imply not implemented. Let me just drag this over here. Annoyingly, I fucked up the ordering of them all, so I'm gonna have to put them all back so I can. So, has it strong, medic, hiding, melee? Maybe I should move them as we go. So, strong is 6. Now, strong is expensive. Medic is 4. Hiding is 2. Melee is 4. What's next? Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye is 2. Tracking is 1. Ooh, doesn't respect the tracking. Admittedly, tracking is pretty shit. Tracking just like lets you like see where like a character went, like you can see footsteps sort of thing. Like if you spend a turn looking, you can sort of go, oh, the person that I saw over here before has gone this way or that way. Metabolism. Where is metabolism? 2. Metabolism is 2. Hacking. Hacking is 2. Tough is 4. Trapping is 4. Botany is 4. Lock picking is 3. Electrical is 1. Wait, really? Electrician's just 1? I think the reason electrician's 1 is like theoretically it would be quite a useful trait is that you actually just can't actually do very much with it. There's not very many situations. There's like one that I know of, which is like if you're in the starting area, you can use the electrician's skill to fix the lights if you find enough like enough scraps around. But not only does that require you coming back to where you started after going out and scavenging, is that it doesn't really do anything. Like I guess it gives you infinite lights, but like fragile is -4. Fast metabolism is -2. Feeble. Oof. For the fact that strong is worth so much, feeble is pretty atrocious. Like, you know, it doesn't give you very much back. Fragile, feeble. Myopic is -1. Insomniac is -1. And Inversus is -2. Okay. So that's all the costs calculated out. So now when we run, well, hopefully it won't crash because it's missing a whole bunch of data. That was a bit stupid. Anyway. So that should put them in the right spots now, so that the red ones are red and the blue ones are blue. Yeah, the blue ones are blue. Got what color they were for a second. Weird. Okay, so annoyingly, they're now fattening themselves up to fit. What the fuck's got stretch turned on? Do not fucking stretch them. Who is it? Who's doing it? Which one of you fuckers is? Flex wrap, aspect ratio 2:1, width 100%, display as flex, column, row. Oh, okay, first of all, let's go to the grid stuff. What is stretching? Probably. So this is adding styling to the skills, yeah. So your width is 25%, which I think is holding true. Why is your height? Your aspect ratio is that? Fine. Node dot height is not 25%. It's 100 divided by 6. Why the fuck are they getting fat? Anyway. Well, these ones also got taller. I guess, yeah, because it's the same format rule. I don't do anything when I hover over them. Anyway, they're buttons. The button applies like a tint to it, doesn't it? Which is a bit weird. which also means that like I don't actually need to style them with style them with my own styling. Okay. So I've obviously set the flex to something not standard, I guess. What the fuck did I set the flex to then? So they flex wrap. You're the one that sets that node. What do? They align items. It must be align. It's either align content or align self. So it's probably that I said content, which then is like retroactively making them fill the space, which is annoying. Anyway, so we have this, we have this, we have this. We got play, we got new. Okay, so well, the answer to that one is apparently no. Maybe it's align content and content. One of these is not like the other. So it's not. This is why I don't like the fucking shit. It's so hard to get. Apparently I've got menu builder twice, so it's fine. Clean that up. Okay, so it's kind of working, but not really working. So this is where we're at the point where we need to work out exactly what I need to set either the parent to or the children to. So annoyingly, we have to find like eagle eye, which is probably be easier to find one of these because there's only like 6 of them. So image, like 6 of these. So it's going to be not the top 4, so it'll be one of these. So what the hell do I have to set you to not? So your width and 25%, yeah. So I think what's happening is that like we have no wrap, we have no shrink, no grow. If I give you flex grow, you fill the rest of the flex row, which is kind of funny. No, 0, please. Sorry, wrong direction. 0, please. Don't grow. Flex base is auto. So also apparently a no. Auto grid we don't care about. There's none of those. And this is specifically targeting this one. So these are all like all the margins are 0. The padding is 0, border is 0. Flex direction, no wrap. So it's default centered. Align content centered hasn't done anything. Align self is auto. Align items default, which if I say centered. Okay, so we need to align items centered just to fix the text not being in the middle. Weirdly, that doesn't feel very centered. It feels like it's further down than center. But if I said start, what happens if I first off default? If I said justify item center and center, okay, so I have to align item and justify content. Align item, but justify the content, which is very strange to me. But anyway, the width and height. So that's probably what's happening is that one above this bad boy here node is doing something along the lines of aligning items start. No. Okay. Justifying items start. Okay. So it's going to be like start. Yeah. Okay. So like start. So we have to align items start on the grids. So you node dot align items start. Okay. Wait, no, not items content. Weird. So that's got something to do with, like, it's probably pulling the thing above. So it's not, it's align content. Align content center. Okay. Oh, wait, no, start. Sorry, start. Okay. Items are packed towards the start of the axis. Run. They should put all the items in the right spot. They shouldn't be items, they should be buttons, but anyway, we'll work on that. I don't know if they have an on-hover color and shit that can be customized, but anyway. Ta-da! Now they're all in the right spot, and all the text is in the right spot. Now I feel like I could make the text a little bit bigger. So annoyingly, because like metabolism is like fast and slow, I have to separate them because I want them to be different, like enum variants. But do my head in because they make them just that bit longer that I can't make all the text a little bit bigger. Or I could, but I probably also need to put like a split in them so that they can, you know. So, well, I mean, we can make it a little bit bigger, wherever that happens to be. Like fill style. Text font. So we can make it like probably 13, maybe even 4. We'll try 14. See if 14 still fits. So we align each item. So instead, they should actually probably be buttons. So annoyingly, we need to do button with style. Actually, even more ironically, I think it's button with icon that we would need. Well, that's the annoying thing, is that I kind of want to go like, hey, there's different types of stylings. Like, for example, styling the background, and then you can be like background color, background image, and stuff like that. But that like requires like a whole bunch of weird functionality to be like, to make it work reasonably makes, I think the type's really complicated. Anyway, attributes. Where is it? It's UI, menu builder, menu styling. So, right, I guess it's buttons. So there's button with icon. Yeah. So I'm trying to work out, I guess, so this button, we're going to just nick all of this button. Mostly because this button just is the same button. So we're going to go like fn button with style. And then we're just going to like configure the button a little bit, you know? So first off, paste the button in. So this is the weird children-y thing. So first off, I need to comment all this out. Comment all of that out. You return self. But you also call self.spawn. Well, I guess you just call self.spawn then. Potentially. So right, so style button with style. Okay, so then this would just be like something. Sure, you can just say the text, the word button, and the text. It also needs the button component. And also, fuck off. Right. Inheritable font, that's interesting. Theme font color. Themed background color. So apparently this button is ambiguous with a different button. So like use Bevy prelude button, because I'm almost certain it's that button, but okay. Tab index is apparently 0. Not sure how that works. So we have the node, which has to give row height, which I don't care about. So justify content, align items, adding, flex grow, view, border radius. Okay, so we're gonna say, I guess, let new node equals node default if style contains node, apply node, and then you pass in node. Lowercase node, sorry. It's my node. Right. So this is the node. Admittedly, kind of annoying. So button properties dot variant. So the properties variant is like whether it's primary or not. So again, it becomes a little bit annoying of being like, I wonder if the variant is even fucking required. It annoys me that I have to be like, let button equal button.spawn. And then I think you just return the button. And here you say button. Now, annoyingly, this is going to result in a weird amount of overrides. Don't care about children, spawn children. So I think that's how you add the text, right? Yeah. So you have to add it as like a child thing. It's annoying. So text is children spawn text. Okay. I think it works like that. Which ironically actually means that I should probably do the same thing that the node's doing and say that you actually take in like I guess it's children. Which, what do you say it has to be? Button has to provide spawnable list child of. C, please. And then you just be like, C. Is that how that works? How are you doing it? You're saying children spawn children? Cool. Apparently I put an I in there for some reason. So can we take this, put it down? So we spawn in the name, the children list, the button marker, the node, which we override if it exists. Alright, so why is C not working? I cannot find C in this scope. It's because it's called children. Then we have to like qualify this. Why are you bitching about this not being allowed? Right, so you're going to be, yeah, cool. Thank you. Can we like do like a type? Type. Wait, no, that's not how it works. I'd have to do a trait and then have to manually input the trait. That's fine. So there's like B and then spawnable and then. All right, so yeah, you take that in. So the node looks like that. I'm keeping that because it, but this can go because the button variant. So we're gonna go like if style dot contains button variant. Okay. So we insert button variant, which is fine. Hovered, apparently we needed to hovered. Hovered default. Now, what does hovered actually do? Ooh, okay, it's just literally like a flag to say that whether you're hovering over it or not. Okay. Entity cursor system. Bevy window system cursor icon pointer. Okay. Entity cursor system cursor icon pointer. Bevy. We need to do a window. So this is just a thing that, like, when you hover over a button, it makes it like the little clicky icon. I guess we can just give it the tab index. Tab index 0. See, the trick with all this stuff is that, like, if you can't override it, then no, you can't override it. So theme background color, theme foreground color, inheritable fonts. I don't care, overrides, and children. So children we've already taken care of, and then overrides. Again, I don't care because I don't want to actually let you just pass in arbitrary shit button. And then node's gone. Okay, so button. We do that. We say. All right, so button with style is a little bit different, but now, ironically, I should probably change this to being something else, because, like, I want it to be able to be like, hey, you passed in an image, so I can spawn the image as a child of this thing instead of it having to be this weird convoluted thing. That's fine. So then we want to go back to our, like, character creation thing and go, okay, when you open it and when you do this, these aren't normal things. You want to say we pass in grid skill name, we pass in as label with style. Okay, so you are going to be, I guess, a button. So it's going to be like grid dot button with style. So you get the fucking Okay. That's the annoying thing, is I have to put 2 icons in. Maybe. I mean, technically it just returns it, so I can like not bother with the children shit. Because okay. Again, like, it tidies up the API a little bit. So I mean, technically I think I want to go more like that up there, but anyway. Let me just get rid of the children entirely. Because again, it cleans up the API because you can spawn a button that doesn't have anything, like similar to that one, but you don't have to like tell it doesn't have anything. It's more like, if you do want to have something under it, then you call the additional functions on the thing that's returned. Right, so like you go back to our creator thing and go, hey, so button. So we go, hey, grid, spawn us a button, and then be like, dot width or children. And then in theory, I can say image, and then I can also say that. So the idea being that like this is probably going to have them underflow on top of each other, but like if they're both given the skill style, only the text label will get hit by some of the weird stuff. So the idea is we're spawning in a button, and then we're spawning in the image. And this might be the time when I commit and then like refactor my styling to let me specify what the fuck I'm styling, so that I can have the button, the image, and the text all have separate styles, all stacked on top of each other. Anyway, we go here, and they go, okay. So the buttons seem to be right, the text seems to be right. So the image is the only thing that's getting a bit fucked up. But it's because the image isn't getting set to the right size. Because the image is getting overwritten because the image has a node. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. So I guess what we need to do is have the style have annoying rules. So style. See, I feel like it doesn't need to be a hash table. Yeah, so we can be like styles. And then we go like this is a vector of again, this didn't need to be like refactored to be better, but anyway, enum style rule. So this is going to be like button image text. Right. So this goes something like style, and then you're going to be like a style rule So I need like a tree way of doing it, but anyway. So we're gonna have a style rule. And then a hash map that is pipe ID right. So you do that, right, which is the same type. So then when we go, hey, contains, the contains just checks component, but like theoretically we would have to this is like for individual components, I guess. I don't know quite. Contains doesn't quite make as much sense anymore. Contains is more about me spawning specific things in. Like I need more than an apply. I need like a copy and a create and like that kind of thing. But anyway, so when you say like add style, let's add a pub fn add style with rule. Right. So then yeah, you're like this, and you're like t.component component. Right, and then it's something along the lines of so we need mute self, and rule is a style rule. Style rule, and then the style, which is again just a function that does that. Right, so then we just do the same thing as the adding a style does. Is we're going to go All right. So we got like 4 styles in styles. So you need some kind of level of like equal derive power equal. All right, so we're going to say for r style in style. If rule equals style, insert the rule. And this returns, right? Else, oh, okay. So if we get to here, what the fuck? Why is this different? Move item. Getting annoying. Expected hash map. Okay, so no, you are a hash map. Yeah, dine reflect. Go into. So then that pushes the rule in the style one. The idea is if you like add a style, or a button, it'll add the set of styles for buttons if it doesn't exist. I'm thinking we, like, again, might be better off doing a hash map for the styles, except I kind of want to do like rules, like CSS rules, where like if we define something for a button, it gets applied, but if we define something for a button that's something, it gets applied like after, I guess. So you'd apply all button effects and then you'd apply all, but maybe that's just too like ends the cascading. Is that like it applies everything and then overrides it with the newer thing. Like the higher the ranking, I think it does it. Anyway, so we do that, and then we go how we. All right, so if you contain node. Okay, so I think what we need to do is say you need to apply so I guess we can do it contains, and then it's like button style rule, and then it's like if self dot styles dot contains dot iter dot any rule wait, no, add r, I guess. If r equals rule, right? So we'll check contains like that. We say, hey, do you contain a rule for this specific thing? Which means, I guess it's like all, or I guess any, and then button image text. And so when you add style, it goes into, we just get rid of the hash map entirely then. Okay, when you add style, can you call self dot self dot add style with rule any and add style. Or so then when we say apply, so we have to be like apply you and apply rule style. Sure. Okay, debug. Thank you. So that should work exactly the same now as it did before, except we need to say if style contains. Okay, so I guess technically they need to do a button hierarchy thing of going like style and be all like so when we do equal par equal, so impl par equal for menu style. I guess no, it's more like we got to impl core ops no, okay, so is it std ops parallel? No, the fuck is partial ordered? Import partial ordered for style rule. So these assert equal, and if we say all, this is the first all. I'm gonna assume. Wait, what? No. So button gives you equal. All and anything gives you less. Okay. Button. Button and anything gives you less. Image and anything gives you less. And text and anything gives you less. Okay, and that covers everything. I think. Maybe. So this would be like apply. Okay. Then we add style. When we add with style, we make sure that they are equal. Okay. Then here we're going to say for rule and style if rule is less than or equal to R. Okay. anything and all gives greater. Can we? I need to write a test because this seems really dumb. No, test. Fn assert all is greater than button, all is greater than button is less than all, image is less than all, button text is less than all. Alright, we'll run that test at some point. Anyway, so this is saying, hey, if rule is less than or equal to R, then styles dot if let some styles get type of T, if let okay error style compute. Okay. That should work, hopefully. Because what we're doing is we're effectively checking if any of them meet the condition, and all rank higher than none's, I guess is the way to go. So we go, hey, if style contains style button, apply node style button. Because the long-termy thing to do is we're going to have like a, I want to check contains. Again, contains need to be less than or equal to, because contains also, well, I guess its rule is less than or equal to R. Because we also need to make sure that if there's an all, then you also return true. So again, check style image. Style image. Great. This one's way more complicated. So the nested thing would need to be like a vector or something, because I don't know. I guess the first thing to check is, does it still work at all, like without changing any of the setup? We should do, because again, we didn't change anything, we just rearranged how we're storing the data internally. Okay, the answer is that it broke everything. Why did it break everything? God damn it. So in here, when we add styles, we said that the style overrides node and does all. So when you add style, you add the style rule for all. So can I get you to print, like I guess what you did? So how exactly did you... My thinking is that you're hitting some kind of weird edge case where you're not doing something, I don't know. So we need to get to here to... We do like, I guess like print line, adding style with rule. All right. So first off, we need to check to make sure that like, are any of styles getting added with like just a wonky ass rule? Okay, so rule all with 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 rule all. Okay. So I guess the next thing to check is to go we need to go to somewhere. Attributes here. Yeah, maybe. So we want to say that, I guess first off, let's just make sure it's not just that I'm fucking something up and being really stupid about it. We go here. We go, this is the style, and we go, hey, add style with rule. So this is the image. So this is wait, yeah, so this is the main image. So yeah, this one shouldn't actually be changed. It's down here. We go skill style. When we add this node thing, we want this to be add style with rule, and then we specify to go to the rule first. So this is style rule. Caps lock apparently on style rule. Thank you, but I would like this to be not text but button. But then you don't affect button, please. So why can I not access that? Is it just private? Probably. I need to go to your style rule thing. Go, hey, style rules. No, they're public. They're just not accessible for some reason. So it's probably because mod doesn't re-export. Please re-export anything I do in style. You weird thing. Can we like import that now? Right. So now you're adding a style for buttons. So when we run that, that style should only be added to buttons. Now something tells me that my rules are probably just failing. That's actually a really obvious thing to check, is to probably run that literal test to be like, hey, did I actually get that right when I wrote that piece of code? Where was it? UI, no, menu styler. Yeah, run this test. Let me guess, is the test failing? Yes, the test failed, which implies that these are the wrong way around. So you should be like less, and then you should be greater. So if button is on that side, it should just always return less. If all is on that side, it should just always return greater. Does that make it work? Okay, now it passes the test, which means that now it's actually doing what I think it's doing, which is that this is true. Button is less than all. Okay, so then we go run. So it wasn't applying the state because I was going the wrong way. Okay, so now it's applying them. So we said all rule for the button. So we have a node rule for the button. Right, which is good to know. But for some reason, it still seems to be applying it to the image, which I don't understand. So we go down here, we go down here, we go, do you, okay, not this one though. Ah, did I, no wait, you're not getting it, but you're getting it? That doesn't even make any, that makes way less sense. Well actually no, it doesn't. It means that, first off, the fact that that's still working implies a problem. So which one's the one? So I set add style, set color red. So you spawn the image with the style and then the button with the style. So you say button with style, children, insert. So somehow, which like here, when we say button with style, you are applying if style contains node. Right. So we're going to go here. We're going to go print line. Well, maybe don't comment that out. Applying button style to node. Well, it's actually technically you that needs to go. So it's like, hey, if you ever get to here, if let sum. Yeah, okay. So we're going to say print line applying style or with rule. So you should always be followed by that because only the button will fire the node. So if it says applying rule for node that doesn't specify a button first, I guess technically the first one does. So you said applying image node, yeah, for image, that's fine. For text, with rule text, with rule. So where's the button? Applying style for image node with rule. So this is the button. So it says rule with, so node rule. Applying style for node with rule image. Okay. Maybe we should say, no, because I need equal for when I'm checking that. So what I need is the greater than or equal to. No, you need to return. Okay, if you're comparing, if it says button, you need to return less. If this says image, you return less. If this is text, you need to return less. If this says all, you need to return greater. And if this says all, you need to return greater. Wow. I guess it's less. Maybe they should be equal. I don't know. So we're saying if what we're questioning is on the left to all, the answer is greater. But which is greater? God damn it. Button, all. These need to return true. Less than or equal to all. I guess it would be all and anything is equal. Maybe. So we need like assert that all equals button. No, actually we don't want that. First off, I don't want you passing in all as a thing you can fucking do. And it also just shouldn't catch anything. So it should be like less. If you put all on that side, unless it's an all rule, you just get less. So all doesn't, all's not equal. Button, image or text. Button, image, or text equals assert all equals all. So we need to assert that button is less than or equal to all, image is less than or equal to all, and text is less than or equal to all. And assert that all is greater than all of these. Okay, wait. assert. Okay, I guess it's assert not. Okay. Okay. Assert not equal button and image, button and text, image and button, image and text, and apparently text and button, text and image. Okay, and then we want to assert equal button and button, button image, button and text. Assert equal all no. Assert equal button all, image all, text all. Assert not equal all no, button image text. Now this should actually be like, we could make an iterator for it easily. So yeah, fail or did I change something? It failed. Which line did it fail on? Please tell me which line it failed on. That would be nice. Yeah. So all should be less than or equal to button. Okay, fine. Assert all is less than. No, assert all is greater than button. Okay, which one did it fail on? Assertion failed, all is greater than button. If all is on this side, if all is on that side, you return greater. If all is on that side, you return less. Maybe. Is that how we do it? Okay. So we failed on an assertion that left equals right, which was that left all equals button. Oh, right. No, yes, that's incorrect. So it's not this. It's these should be not equal. All does not equal button, but button equals all. Okay, so what are you failing on now? So the left So button equals all. What do you mean? Surely saying anything and all equals. Right, it is, yeah, equal. Maybe it's using a different thing. It's probably the par equal. Right, because par equal is saying right. God damn it. Which is why we can't use that. So we're saying all equal to all, which is all of them. Right, so it's all is greater than button. It's all is less than or equal to button. They're the only ones I actually really care about. Right, and then we want to go, I want to assert that all is greater than, oh, we've already done, yeah. So these need to return true. We also need to assert that button would return true. So button is less than or equal to button. Image text. So they need to return less than if all's on that side. God, I don't know what I'm fucking doing. So if all's on that side, they return greater. Okay, so now it's passing, which means when we go back to main and we run it, it should actually like filter out the ones that it's supposed to filter out. Because I think that's what's happening is we weren't applying it to the one we were trying to apply it to, and we're applying it to everything else. Okay. I think that's actually it working. It's that I've broken the button related shit, because now it's spawning like button text, button text, button text, button text, which is changing the shape. So what we want to do is say that the probably the text, one of these we don't want to be affecting the styling. So we're applying a button rule. That's in button, so it's in here. So we need to say that the text is text related shit, which we don't care about. We want to go style rule button. Okay, so if attribute cost, what do we? So we applied the button. It's you, the image. Okay, so we need to style the image to like use absolute skill style dot add style rule style image. We could make the text just a child of the image, but that seems like extra work, you know. And I want to see if this works. I'm going to say node dot position absolute node size is 100% and node height is 100%. So I think that just means it doesn't affect the rest of the children, like position absolute, independent of all other nodes, but relative to the parent node. So it still respects its parent, but it doesn't affect its children. It doesn't affect its siblings. So that should mean that the text then defaults to being in the center of the button, and the image is just from the 0, 0 of the button. So the text will end up in the center of the button, and so will the Well, kind of. So each of those now takes up 100% of the space because they respect the parent, which apparently isn't the button. I don't quite follow that one, but all right. Well, I guess we just take the like less interesting way out and say dot children, and we just label that. And we go, hey, so you feel 100% your parent, and just like don't use absolute positioning. So maybe it's because it like goes one layer higher. So like we'd have to have done something. Maybe there's a way to make a node not use its. I don't know. Now they're all really big. That's interesting. Maybe we shouldn't be setting their size. They should be inside the button. That's what I'm confused about here. So, oh no, these ones are working. Right. That's what's going on. Those ones worked. Which actually I wonder if I revert back this. Did that also work? Was I just an idiot? So what did we said? We said we spawn like this. So instead of spawning it using the children, we spawn the button and then the children and the children. Okay. Okay, so I was looking at the red ones, which we weren't changing. Okay, now they're all broken again. So adding the children like that, because we removed the absolute. Where was it? It was in you set the color linear red. Yeah. So node dot position type equals absolute. Right, which would make sense for them because they were no longer in a child container, so they were filling it. Okay, yeah. Okay. I mean, it kind of worked. Not really. So now you have one up there, which does that mean I just changed the wrong container? Probably. Yes. So it's not you, it's image, yeah, image rule. Right. There we go. Now they're buttons. Now they're buttons. Hence the like when I hover over them. They're buttons. Yay, buttons. Okay. Buttons, yay, buttons. Okay. Do a lot of styling, which is fun. We should probably also make the style not do whatever it's doing. Where was the like menu builder style? Please don't print every single thing you do. Okay. That's adding style, and like this was applying stuff. So it tries to apply every type of style, which is fine. Cool. So then like what I was thinking is you could do like child. Child, maybe. And then like the idea being like if you went text, or like maybe you'd say like a stack, and you say like text button, and then when you compare the text thing, it's like if it's comparing it to button, it just checks the last element. If it's checking, if you're comparing it to another stack, it checks like the bottom part of the stack. It would be interesting, but again, probably a little bit too far scoped for what I'm doing right now. So we are added style rules. I don't break something with that. Alright, so now we have the buttons. Now we have to make the buttons do something when we click them, which is going to be fun. So, I guess the button needs a cost and the corresponding thing. We need to go back to Login. I guess if we just have the particular thing. Where's my thing? Where's my menu? Oh, screen. There it is. Character creation. Alright. So, getting very complicated. So on the button, we will have a like, and then add skill. So on activate, which means you need the button. So you need to be able to target the button because we need to be able to despawn the button. Mute commands. Right. So I kind of wish I could lock them in place, which I think the grid does let you do, but I don't know. So we have commands. We need the attribute. Which is like the query, or not entity with text. Yeah, attribute. Wow, we don't even need the button. Okay, we just need the attribute, like that. Apparently you can't find attribute in scope. Can we bring attribute? No, it's because it's attributes. So we have to like pub hard use attribute. Attributes, thank you. So we have the attributes. So when you come down here, we're going to, hey, the attributes. Yeah. So we have the attributes. The annoying thing is that we kind of need to be able to like access a specific gonna be annoying. Kind of need you to be like we need like maybe a struct move or something. Move up, I guess like on move. And then like entity. So that's just like where it's going to go. So the annoying thing about that is that we have like this, but we need to somehow, I guess we can just grab the root, can't we? So you're the grid. So then we say, oh, that's concerning. We have you, so we have to like somehow like reopen you. Yeah. Okay. You open this up. Yeah. So okay. So that's a little bit annoying. Because I need to spawn these two in, and then grab their ID. So I guess we go menu builder. Wherever menu builder is, menu manager, menu builder. Right, so you need like two new little like help functions. So you need to be like pub root, which returns self root, and pub ID, which returns that. So now here's the interesting thing: is I think we only have access to the menu. No, we have the menu manager, so we can no, it's because we need access to commands and asset server and stuff. It's going to be something you do on the menu manager, and you're going to go like so back to like the menu manager. So there's open menu, but there's also going to be like a close menu. You're going to like something like pub open. And so open takes in mute itself and element, which is an entity. Don't care about that. You literally just say you return a menu builder that again, please stop caring about what I have given you, and then say menu builder new reborrow deriv. No, so used to continue building menu from a known entity. Right, so we have open. I'm back to dropping like 80% of the frames. Let me just restart the fucking OBS. Die. No, what is wrong with the goddamn internet? Okay, what's that? So what was I merely doing? So we're spawning the character menu in here. We spawn our node, and we spawn our node, and we attributes. Right. So what we're going to need to do is say that we need to be like let grid let p grid equal children dot. Well, I guess we can just say ID. Right. So that's just get the entity. Then we have to do all of this stuff. Spawn the middle, spawn the picking on the grid. Right. So we need to do these two, paste them in here. So this is the cons. This is the C grid. Is then dot ID. Okay. Then we go down to here and we cut paste this stuff above the top. Attribute middle. Okay, so we have to take the middle as well. And cut that, and we put that up here. We paste these in. All right, so this is the perks. So we insert the image like so, which I think is the same structure. So we add the label, then we add the image. We insert the grid. Okay, so then we say here this is S grid. We do like dot ID. And then we go S what do I call the other one? So it's the C grid, so the positive grid. Okay, this will be the N grid, thank you. So the positive grid, the negative grid, and then this apparently C grid. Right. So then when we spawn the skills in, that's not gonna quite work, but yeah. So the idea is that we come here and we go let grid equal menu open P grid. No, it's manager. Menu manager open P grid. Right, and then we can continue doing that. And then you say down here, you say let grid equal n grid. And you do that. Except these both need to be mutable so that they can actually be updated. Okay, so that should then, okay, this is a point to test it and be like, hey, this is going to give me the same thing, right? It should look exactly the same because that's the whole point, is that I just tweaked the ability to resume rather than anything else. Okay, so we go play and new. Okay, so it still all looks the same. Lovely. So that means that we can spawn things in after the fact, which allows us to, well, first of all, we should go down here and we say attribute, and so we need the attribute and the like on move. Apparently not a component. Right, derive component. So annoyingly, we probably should actually have labeled the grids. I guess this is on move is like P selected is entity, and deselected is entity. So like that. And we have this on move, and then we're going to say let some attribute on move attribute get button.entity. So this must be okay. So okay, and then we go print line adding skill. Right. Well, I guess it's not adding, it's moving skill. So the issue is that this is the one that was clicked. So we need to know your parent, I guess, as well. So like child of. Okay, so add skill. So each of these buttons, the button goes observe, add skill. And with you is observe.add skill. Okay, observe add skill. Then we want to go something like insert, and then on move. So on move is so select is n grid. So on select you move to so positive grid, negative grid, selected C. Okay, so C grid, cons grid, deselected to S grid. So it'd be C grid, S grid. I really should just name these properly. Negative grid, positive grid, cons grid, N grid, right? N grid. Right, let's name them properly. So this is from neg grid, and this is selected. I don't know. The issue is that like they're both the same. I can't think of like what to name them. It just annoys me that I'm like, yeah, I just call them the same thing. So anyway, we do like we need to insert and then like on move. So it needs to be like selected. You move to selected grid, and then on deselect you move to positive grid. So this is selected grid, and then this is positive grid. Right. So function on star is never used. Okay. I don't know what it's complaining about. So we go here, we say, okay, moving skill from to so if on move dot selected equals parent dot get parent to so if the where we attempting to if the parent is currently the selected, then deselected, else otherwise selected. So from and then parent to. Okay, so you're going to move the ability from here to there. Good, good. Not actually going to do it, but we'd also need to like trigger the amount of skill points available. Apparently negative grid still needed. Thank you. So when I run this, it should do all the stuff I want it to do. So run it and find out. So running this, when we click on the skill, it should tell us that the name of the skill that we clicked on and where it's trying to move it. So new skill. Right. Apply style to node. Okay, well, who the fuck is saying apply style to node? Where did I leave that? Menu builder style. Apply. No, apparently not here. Search. Applying. Oh, it's in U. Okay. No, go away. You're telling me styling buttons. Do tell me about the errors though. Anyway, go down in here and go, okay. Nothing's happening apparently. Why is nothing happening? Oh, because they don't have attributes, that's why. Yeah, that would help. Okay, so gonna go back to here, go back to here, go here, go here, and go hey on move attribute. So we just need to make them not like, well, they need to be clone and copy is basically what we need to do there. And then on move and attribute. So we have to go to the attributes and say that these are clone and copy. So run that, and then now it should tell me because I've actually told it which one it is. And then from there, we effectively just say, I guess mute. Nope, apparently still not working. I wonder why not. Oh, you're not mutable. Sorry. I forgot that was just like a thing that you couldn't do. I guess when you get to here, you say commands dot entity dot button dot entity dot set parent. No. I guess entity 2 dot add child button dot entity, something like that. So why are you not letting me click these buttons? The other buttons work, which annoyingly implies that there's something about it not being a primary or secondary button. Right, that's got to be it. Like that Feathers is only checking for buttons with a button style, I would assume. We gotta get Feathers button thing. So the button, mine it's like identical, and the other buttons work. So the only thing that's really different is that this properties variable is missing. This updates the style, and this updates the remove, and then set button style. Like where's the thing that detects them being clicked? Not here apparently. Button variant. It's got to be this. It's the only thing I can think. Because the border radius is just not going to check the style to make sure the button's right. That'd be really dumb. It's got to be the variant. So we go like up a layer. Control maybe. So control, we're inside control button. When we control plugins, maybe that would make sense. Control plugins, add plugin, button plugin. This only updates the style. That's somewhat concerning. Mostly because like only updating the style implies that something else is in control. Button properties. Button variant. Yeah, nothing else uses this. So that worries me because it makes me think that I'm actually just not clicking the button. Hover. Well, I guess I'm not actually reporting if the button is being clicked, but not finding the corresponding underlying type. So we should probably like print line button activated, because it could just be that it's not finding this. No, they're definitely just not being clicked. Why are they not being clicked? Okay, we'll add the button styling and see if that fixes it. So button variant. We come down here and we say button variant primary. I feel like it's going to try and recolor them all, but it actually shouldn't be able to because they're not styled. The font color, themed color. No. So they're still not clickable. It's definitely detecting them as like being hovered, but like, what the hell is the button supposed to do? It could be that the image is on top. Right, yeah, if the image is on top, then the image would block. It's something like, I don't think text blocks, but the image almost certainly would block. I do find it odd that the button would be blocked if it's doing like what am I doing? Right. So the image could be blocking it, which would be like one of these things. So image. So we can say node dot block. No, I think that's its own thing. So we're gonna say like skill style dot add style rule style rule image. It would be for policy, which is like mute blocking. Something like policy. Focus policy. And then we'll like hold the focus policy. I think it's focus policy. Yeah. Okay. Focus policy. So poll equals pass. So we should probably, damn it, it was behind. I was gonna say we should check that before we, I guess technically style rules don't do anything when they're applied like that, because I need to actually like extract them out. So it's not going to do anything, and then I can go add it to images and buttons. I guess technically buttons probably shouldn't skip focus policy. But... So annoyingly, that's ended up behind again. I don't know what controls that one, but anyway. I need it to end up in front so that I can find out if changing the focus policy. I don't even know if they have a focus policy. I guess that would be the thing. So find the play menu and go, hey, you have a focus policy. So I guess it does have a focus policy. Hence the need for the children to be on top. Where we go, menu builder, buttons, images. So there's an image node, and then there's an entity with style, and we go, hey, if you have a style dot contains focus policy style image. I really think I need to work out how to like apply all of these at once, but anyway. If style contains, because it's really annoying that when I like force something in there, it's like I have to actually manually add it. So style, and then equals style.apply, which takes it. So we need to we need to give it a mutable thing. So like entity insert. So in theory, we could just give it access to this menu builder. Yeah, we can do that. Right, run this and see if giving it a focus policy of block or pass should work. I don't actually know if it would work. Mostly because I don't know what else is setting the focus policy. Like, again, it's not doing anything. But now it's on top, so can actually have like a look. Lots of observers. Here, and we go, well, my thinking is maybe it didn't get the observers, but maybe not, I don't know. Z index visibility, did we give it a focus policy? We gave it a focus policy. Its focus policy is pass. Wait, that's the button. Why is the image's focus policy block? Well, just scroll up a little bit and go like, what do you mean? Which button are we on? So I would wonder if it goes down the list, which would imply that. Wait, not. Did I change the wrong thing's focus policy? What does this label say? This is label. Text. No, ability to choose. Yeah, so first off, not where we're clicking. This image blocking, I think, is fine because this image isn't actually the image, like it's behind. This is button 1. So first off, your focus policy is block, which is this button. And then we go your label. Not your label. Your image says focus policy pass. And your focus policy also pass. I don't know why I can't click you then. What the fuck has the observer? Maybe I'm observing the wrong thing. I'm sure I'm putting it onto the button, but maybe I'm not. Button. Not button. Yeah, character creation. So node width percent absolute. That's for the image, and then we're giving it a focus policy as pass. Okay, so attribute here. We spawn it in, and we go, hey, observe, add skill. Button with style, observe. Observe does what I think it does, right? It says commands entity self.last. Yes. Unless I fucked up the button, which I mean is entirely possible, the button may be not spawning with the correct thing because we're calling something other than spawn. Button, self.spawn, and self.spawn sets last entity. No, okay. Why is this button not clickable? Question, if I turn it to a random fucking button, does it become clickable? Almost certainly will, but anyway. Let's go with character creation and say, what if we said button without style? Just button. Just get rid of the style. You just need the text, which is just T. I don't know what it's going to look like when it just says T. It's probably going to say T and then the next thing next to it, because theoretically when I call children, it just does the same thing. So we're going to new. Okay, so they're all a little bit fucked up. Why are they all so small? Okay, that's the better question. So when I don't style the button, the question is it because I'm not styling the button, or is that you're doing something different? Button with style. Now, what did it actually say? So each of them should have a T then. Why are you read button with style? So button with style gets the button node, which I mean, we could just copy and paste that up there, but it's like it's justify padding. Can't see that doing anything. Maybe it's because the button doesn't have a width or a height. No, I'm sure I'm overriding that. Okay, well, I guess that's a place to start, is to just copy the entire thing. So we only apply that if the button needs a node, and then we stick all that stuff on there, and then we say button variant. Did I apply a button variant? Probably not. That could be the missing link. So you button. Yeah, we don't have a button variant thing. Skill style dot add style with rule style rule button. B button variant equals primary. Requalify these, because I don't think this should stick around, but anyway. If it becomes mandatory to have the button variant, then I'm going to be one, annoyed. Two, so that node first off. Okay, so we are setting the percentage of the node correctly, which makes me go, okay, maybe it's just that it's missing that, or again, Feathers is doing something really stupid where it's expecting there to be like styling shit on it. The annoying thing is I don't know where it's doing its button collision stuff. Like button variant requires reflect component. No, so then it's still not clickable, which implies it's got to be one of the other like handful of things that I'm missing. Right, so I guess what we should do. What else do? You do nothing. Like you literally just return this pile of shit that I'm already putting onto it. So it has to be this, can't be that. It could be these remaining like 4 things that I don't include, which would be the most stupid thing ever, but honestly wouldn't put it past Feathers. Flex grow, padding. I guess that's another thing to check. Okay, so let's just grab all of this, go to our button in our character creator, and go, hey, when we style the button, so we set its width and its height to a percentage, so that shouldn't be needed. We justify your centered, yes. We already do that, we already do that. We're going to flex grow 1. So node dot flex grow is equal to 1 apparently. And then I can't imagine that border radius or padding does literally anything. So the only things I can think is that maybe the percentages aren't working properly because it's calculating them in the wrong order. But technically the grow could have an impact. But other than that, like I legitimately have no idea what would be different. Okay, so grow is just making them stupidly big. Yeah, so something is horribly wrong. So my thing to check quickly, just before I go back to digging around, is to go visibility, something UI transform, none, name, node. Right, so this is the button, yes? No, this is the... I remember to go to the right fucking place. The U, and then go to your children, then go to your image, and then go down to the first button and go, what happens to be your computed node? So you actually do have a size. Alright, so the next thing to check, I guess, is to go to button, because I know it kind of works if you fucking look at it the right way and squint. So you evil little bastard, are a node, button variant, hovered, pointer. So I just need to, I'm just going to call button. Just copy exactly this. Right, and then go here and go, hey, when I call button spawn, let's comment this out. We go, let button equal self.spawn button. Something like that. So that should spawn everything except we can get rid of text and just say, don't give it any goddamn children. Right, so that should spawn the correct button. Button variant shouldn't really do anything, but whatever. We can go to that. So now the only thing we're doing is apparently applying node and then never using node, which is fine. It's going to be a little bit wonky, but because that would tell us that it's fucking additional bits and pieces that are missing, which would be the most confusing thing ever because literally everything's there. So the only other thing would be that the node is wrong. Okay, so they work now, which means it's something in this goddamn fucking something here. So we're just going to copy literally everything. And go, okay, so when we spawn you, we do this. Now this is indistinguishable in terms of, okay, we have to go track down row height. Just okay. I'm going to make everything exactly the same. So row height is apparently 24 pixels, bar 24 pixels. I don't understand why, but anyway. Maybe it's because it needs a fixed number of height, but that doesn't make any sense either. So justify content, centered, align content. So padding 880 or something. Okay, properties, corner. So what the fuck is this? Border radius, all, val, pix, val, pix 5. 500. Right. Property variant. So we're going to say button variant, call it primary. Theme background color. We're going to qualify you because I really don't want to import all this shit unnecessarily. Same with the token. I think I might just qualify the token. This is all about styling it. Okay. Again, overrides can go because overrides in that exact situation was empty. Children in that exact situation was empty. And then this becomes Bevy window, which means that you are now spawning exactly the same fucking thing. Does it work now? If it doesn't work now, that's going to be even more confusing because it's doing exactly the same thing, just not calling something. Okay. Well, more confusingly is that I can still see the thing, but it's no longer working. What was the only thing I removed? What was... I removed one thing. But it was something that didn't make any sense to make any difference. Children. This is the only thing that I removed. And this is what it was getting anyway. Honestly, I have no idea. What? Well, I mean, at least it highlights it. Why does it not work anymore? Why? Why would let button equals self.spawn button? Well, actually, no, it was getting text, wasn't it? What was it? Fucking just this. Wait, and then you just return self. Maybe that's what the issue is. Okay, that's almost certainly what the issue is. Possibly. I actually have no idea. Is that it was returning self, and returning self was implying, when I'm returning button, I'm actually returning the button. Like the children? Maybe? I don't fucking know. What does spawn do? It returns self. But you update self, right? Yeah. So you update self, which means I can just return self. But that also implies that I could have returned to either of the cells. Why does... Fuck. Okay. Right. So that works. Then we go, what the hell is your problem? Why does doing exactly the same fucking thing just, unwrapped, not work? What is the difference? There is no difference. Not you. I literally don't understand what the difference is between you. Right. Well, okay, yeah. There is technically, I think, still one difference left. Because I keep not making my example exactly the same, which would be to say text button. This one said spawn text new. This one says spawn text new text. This one says spawn new text button. I just spilled fucking drink all over my goddamn keyboard. Alright. If this doesn't work, I'm going to call the stream an end and have to clean up. Hello, welcome. How are you doing? I don't understand what the fucking difference is. I don't get it. I don't know why there is a fucking difference between spawning the button like this. Yeah, I have a problem. I spend far too much time doing one thing. I'm trying to work out why this is not working. Why would it work when I call it like this, but not when I do it like this? Like, it's identical. Fucking inserts button in variant primary entry pointer. It adds the themes. It inherits the font. It spawns the children. Why are you different? I have no idea why it's different. What happens if I don't do anything? And then you're gonna comment this out. And I'm really gonna have to end the stream because my keyboard is soaked. Why does it act differently? What the hell am I messing up? I could have the wrong input, maybe? Like I'm importing the wrong type. What the hell? What am I doing wrong? Okay, literally the only thing is that maybe you're a different button. You're a Bevy UI widgets button. Okay. And my button is like the prelude button, I think. Prelude button. Okay, Bevy UI widgets button. Is that a different button? Maybe. Like, is that what the problem is? Is that like you spawn a Bevy UI widgets button, and you're like a Bevy? Was it Bevy UI button? No, almost certainly the same. Okay. Again, we're gonna like try and effectively tweak it down to being like what exactly is different. So node can't be different. So this could be like a Bevy UI widgets button. interesting. Because that, I feel like it might actually be the UI widgets button versus U, which is the Bevy UI widgets button. : then you had, okay, they appear to be different buttons, which infuriates me, but I've also apparently commented out a whole bunch of shit that needs to stay commented out. If that's the problem, I'm so angry. Okay, so I am going to not spawn this button, spawn that button, spawn a different fucking type of button. I mean, it kind of makes sense that they're a different component, in that widgets is significantly newer than the UI, and they like technically work in a different way. But it'd be so annoying if the reason it didn't work is because okay. The answer is fuck you. They're two different buttons apparently. So presumably I can get rid of all of the fucking styling shit. I can get rid of the spawning of the children shit. I can get keep the pointer. The pointer is kind of cool. The button variant being primary can go. The widget's the only thing that fucking needs to stay. We can say, hey, node, 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 and go node. So now we can actually style the fucking node correctly. And then, I guess if you, no, fuck that off. Themed color. Yeah, that was just there for like note reasons. Okay. You can go away now. So then we go to main, we run, and we go, hey, do these buttons work now, like properly, instead of having to... They may not, I may have like broken them again, but at least this time I know what's wrong with them, and it'll be about just fixing whatever styling's wrong with them. I really need to turn flex grow off though, so they stop filling the entire fucking row. But that's pretty easy because that's like, again, broken styling. Somewhere down here. We style them. We say, hey, flex grow doesn't make any fucking sense. That can all go away. I would love to finish implementing the goddamn thing. Like this menu, like I would like to have like the score in that shop. But again, keyboard is very so if I leave them as a grid, I feel like they would stay in place, but maybe not. I also feel like I'm got the wrong number of them, because if we go back to the game. Oh no, never mind. Because in the game they disappear from where you clicked them, like they leave an empty spot. Which is pretty good because it means that like this one is like, oh, I want that, and then oh, it's moved. So I would like to re-implement that, but the annoying thing at the moment is that the game has tooltips for them. Cool. Is I have a very wet keyboard, so I'm going to end the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. I will hopefully be streaming again tomorrow and continuing on finishing this UI up to like be able to select your positive and negative traits.